ask,
Excuse me a second, I made a mistake.
I
I'm
thought
supposed to
so.
go to the other side. Senator Blumenthal.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the witnesses for being here this morning. General Ellison, I want to ask you about law enforcement generally, and especially as it applies here as a former Attorney General myself and a former United States Attorney. I'm very concerned about the lack of working together, not just coordination or cooperation, but actually joint work together here. You know, this is routine because law enforcement is not about red and blue. It's about trying to apprehend and prosecute wrongdoers, to deter others, to punish the ones who did it. We've been told this morning that Operation Metro Surge is over, but this issue is much bigger than just Minneapolis. It's about an out-of-control agency that is imposing brutality and violence in neighborhoods across the country. And the hearing that we held, the spotlight hearing last week, had witnesses who were shot and shot at, U.S. citizens with no criminal background whatsoever, in Chicago and California. This kind of brutality is happening across the country. So I think it really is a national issue. I appreciate your leadership on a national level to try to bring some sanity and rationality here. You were asked earlier by Senator Peters about the lack of cooperation in the investigations of Renee Good and Alex Preddy's death. Absolutely tragic, but it's not just a lack of cooperation, I believe. Hasn't the federal government actually impeded your efforts to investigate by withholding evidence that was provided by state and local authorities and now is kept from you when you want to undertake a legitimate law enforcement investigation? Maybe you could talk a little bit about that.
Senator, we certainly hope this situation does change. But up until now, particularly on the Good matter, we have been denied access to critical evidence in the case to evaluate it. Information like the car, the gun, shell casings, other critical information needed to complete an evaluation in an investigation we simply haven't had access to. We hope this changes. And you mentioned the presence of Tom Homan. I can tell you that with Secretary Noem and with Mr. Bovino, we didn't have any engagement at all. Perhaps now, with somebody who has experience of their own in law enforcement, we can make some progress. I'm hopeful, but up until now, the situation is, as you described, we've been denied access to critical information. We need to complete an investigation.
And the denial of information raises the issue of what is happening to that evidence. We know, having tried cases, that presenting it in court involves establishing a chain of custody so as to show there was no tampering with the evidence, which is critical in crimes like the ones that allegedly were committed in the alleged murders of Preddy and Good. That kind of chain of custody, the preservation of the integrity of the evidence, is critical to any prosecution or conviction. And I'm really concerned that the failure to provide this evidence or to attest to chain of custody, in effect, amounts to a cover-up.
You know, a lot of Minnesotans have used that word, Senator, and I hope that we can, my biggest hope is we can move on from here. I think everybody who's ever done police investigation, crime investigation, knows that there is a state interest and a federal interest. That's why collaboration is the norm. And I think that most people know that that information has got to be shared with everybody who has an interest in establishing truth in public safety. The fact that we haven't been doing it in this situation, I'm hoping that with the help of this committee, with the help of Mr. Holman perhaps, that we're going to get into a better place. But so far, we've been denied. And it's deeply disappointing because, as you know, anytime somebody is killed in your state, I mean, along its distinguished career in Connecticut, you know that leaves a massive hole in community, and to simply not investigate it, say there's nothing to see here. We've heard from the second most important official at DOJ that they're not going to investigate the Renee Good case, that they are not going to investigate at all. And I would hope that this committee would say, no, we do expect that when Minnesotans or anybody of any state is killed, particularly in connection with the officer-involved matter, that there will be an investigation. And it'll be fair, and it'll be thorough, and it'll be joint. And then whatever the results are what the results are. But the fact that they're not going to investigate, and local officials in large numbers have quit because of the conduct of the recent conduct of the DOJ, this is all deeply disturbing, and I hope we can turn the corner.
I appreciate the measured and insightful tone that you are bringing and the message of hope. You've used that term a number of times. The people of Minnesota deserve hope that things will now change, and I hope that they will. I think the nation hopes that they will. But in the meantime, the failure to investigate the Good killing, and in fact, I believe that the investigation is focused on Renee Good's family.
That's right.
Insofar as there is any investigation, it's of her sister and possibly her family. I find absolutely abhorrent and incomprehensible. So I think there is a need for real reform in the Department of Homeland Security, which we are endeavoring to do, as you know, with common sense, restraints, and far-reaching overhaul of this agency that right now is out of control and needs to be reined in. But in the focus on this action in Minneapolis, I hope professionalism, such as you brought to this effort, will prevail. And again, my thanks to you and Mr. Schnell and Mr. Niska for being here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you. Mr. Niska, I'll start with you. Just a basic question, just to kind of level set. We can have the three of you just answer decently quickly. Do you think that people who are here in this country illegally, meaning they either entered illegally or overstayed a visa, should be deported? Yes, simple yes or no.
The rule of law, yes.
Mr. Ellison?
Do they have an asylum petition pending?
You get your microphone.
If they have a pending asylum petition, I think it should be heard. If they have some basis for their presence in the country, I think ordinary due process should take place.
Yeah, it's just from my perspective, simple. I'm not a big shot lawyer like you. Just a quick question. If you enter the country illegally or you overstay a visa, should you be deported?
My simple answer is, sir, it depends.
Okay, so if somebody breaks into your home, should they be arrested for breaking and entering, or does it depend?
It's an entirely different scenario.
How's that?
Because immigration is essentially a civil, and breaking into my home is a criminal matter.
Oh, okay, gotcha. So if there's laws that should be enforced, so we shouldn't enforce civil violations?
We absolutely should enforce them.
But you just said that it's a civil matter, so it's different. So if somebody
you enforce
creates
civil matters.
So if somebody commits a civil infraction, it shouldn't be enforced?
It should be.
Okay, so they should be deported.
No, they should have due process that is associated with their petition. So,
again,
for example,
so the act of entering the country illegally, you think we should say, well, did you really do it or not do it? It's pretty obvious that they did, right?
well, I mean, it would depend on the facts of the situation, and then they might say,
I just gave you the facts.
Right,
They entered the country without permission.
but Senator, what if they had a good faith basis to say they would be persecuted in their home country and subjected to real oppression there? Under international law, there are provisions for them to make a case.
That's a phenomenal point. Mexico and Canada, do you consider those to be safe countries or no?
Generally, I do, but there are
Oh, no,
certain
generally you
circumstan-
do? Wow,
Well, I mean, I would just say this.
You border Canada. Don't insult your neighbors to the north.
No, I love my neighbors to the
Okay,
north,
well, so
but I
is
will-
it a generally safe country?
generally, yes.
So then
But-
somebody seeking asylum could certainly be safe in Canada and Mexico, no?
Now, so like if somebody, we do know that in Mexico, which is another country I truly admire and think is a wonderful country, but there have been cases of persecution, people who have legitimate
So
fear.
people aren't safe in Mexico? Refugees cannot be safe in Mexico?
Some might not be. And I think, and what
So
I'm
maybe,
saying,
maybe
Senator,
we shouldn't have a free trade agreement with them then.
I didn't say that, but what I would say, Senator, is that we should hear their petition. We
Gotcha.
should at least hear it out. We should say, is there a well-founded and legitimate fear of persecution in your home
That
country?
can't happen in Mexico?
Well, I think that she should just follow the international protocols that existed. And
It is, which is that you seek asylum in your nearest country that you are seeking asylum in. But it sounds to me that your answer is no. Mr. Schnell?
Senator, if I were to answer yes or no, it would be misleading. And I think ultimately it does boil down to due process.
It actually is pretty staggering that the easiest question that I could possibly ask is confusing for the two of you. I mean, that's decently disgusting, and I'm going to tell you why from my perspective. I wasn't born in this country. My mom and dad had to follow the rules to bring me and my 6 siblings into the United States, and I find it disgusting that the two of you guys want to reward people who skip the line, pay drug cartel members to smuggle them across the border, are coached to say exactly the right words when they hit Border Patrol. And by the way, the people who do that, the people who are from my neck of the woods, from South and Latin America, get abused, get raped, get held at gunpoint because people like you say, oh, it's okay, maybe we'll allow them into the country, when we should have a very simple policy, which is you can't enter our country illegally and you can't overstay your visa. The fact that the two of you are top law enforcement people in your state and you can't simply say, hey, violating a civil or criminal offense is a problem, is probably the origin of why we have these issues. Let's move on for something else. Mr. Ellison, as the Attorney General of the state of Ohio, I'm sorry, the state of Minnesota, you would never get elected in Ohio. Who's Victoria Harwell? Because you haven't said her name. I'm just curious who she is.
is there a question you'd like to ask me?
Yeah, who is she?
As I understand it, she's a very unfortunate, tragic victim of a crime.
Okay, and what have you done about it?
Well, in Minnesota, sir, I prosecute crimes that are.
What have you done for Victoria?
I'm
Harwell?
telling you about my jurisdiction.
I'm just telling you what you've done for
No,
Victoria
I'm
Harwell.
telling you about my
No,
jurisdiction.
but I didn't ask you a question about your jurisdiction. If I
has to-
did, you could answer that one, but I haven't. So just tell me about Victoria Harwell. Just tell me what maybe the answer is nothing, which is fine. Just tell me what you've done for Victoria Harwell.
We have done everything that the law allows us to do.
Okay. And she's an American citizen, right?
I assume so, yes.
You haven't even bothered to look into who she is?
No, sir. What I'm telling you is that I don't know, what her nationality is. It doesn't mean I don't know anything. It means I don't know that.
Well, thank you for your concern for the Harwell family. It's obviously pretty sad that the Attorney General of the state of Minnesota has not even bothered to understand who she is. And you haven't mentioned her in her testimony, but you certainly know who Renee Good and Alex Preddy are.
I do.
Yeah, so obviously your priorities are clearly obvious. Tell me about Temple Israel. What happened there?
Well, my dear friend of mine is the
That would be
rabbi,
the answer to
lead
your question
rabbi at Temple
could
Israel.
Could you just answer my question, please?
Well, a lot of things happen there. Do you have something in mind you'd like to bring up?
Yeah, any particular incidents happen of
Well,
anti-Semitism?
there have been acts of anti-Semitism there.
What have you done about it?
Of which I oppose vigorously. We've supported local law enforcement in doing the right thing in those communities. I mean, let me tell you, you're asking me about a place I know a lot about. I've been to Temple Israel an untold number of times, and so if they ever have any security concerns, that is a concern of mine.
And
Absolutely.
so what have you actually done differently to help fight anti-Semitism in Minnesota?
I speak against anti-Semitism. I condemn it as repugnant and wrong.
Let's pause there. You speak against anti-Semitism.
Hadn't been completed. Let's say due process is completed. There is a final order, but the person isn't accused of any crime. Their only crime is being in the country illegally, as Senator Moreno did. Mr. Schnell, would you advise the Minneapolis police to assist in a final order? Their only crime is that they're in the country illegally.
Senator, if there is a judicial order, absolutely, we should comply.
Attorney General Ellison.
Certainly.
Okay, see, I think that's unclear. Not maybe from Mr. Schnell's point of view, but I think from the edicts and things coming down, I don't think it is clear. People have the feeling that you don't want any cooperation with ICE on someone who's here in the country illegally. So I think as we look at this, if we only say, if we're Democrats and we only say, oh, it's ICE, 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 and we don't say, well, that the cooperation had anything to do with it, and I'm not saying it justifies any kind of bad behavior, but I really haven't gotten the feeling, and I know it's been contentious, but I haven't gotten the feeling that you're willing to accept some responsibility for the lack of cooperation escalating this problem.
Can I respond, Senator? Before Operation Metro Surge, ICE was operating, legally and in a cooperative way in the state of Minnesota. People may not like the way they were operating, but they were operating legally and with cooperation. It is this dramatic escalation that has caused so much problem. And so you're recommending that I try to be more clear. I will certainly take that to heart, sir, but this surge is, in fact, a very serious issue.
And it's not without criticism. I'm just saying that there is the sense in the country and in Minnesota that you wouldn't want, that you're so opposed to deporting someone just for deporting them that you don't want anybody to enforce it, that you don't want the police to be involved with this. And so I think it is necessary, if you do believe the police should cooperate, to say publicly the police of Minneapolis will cooperate, and it's going to be the way we're going to get to less ICE here by having 10 police officers go with one ICE agent to arrest people, but that you're for that. And I can't tell you what to say. I'm just saying I want less tensions. I don't want more people to be, unjustifiably injured or killed. So it's a thought. And I'm sorry I interrupted Senator Ernst.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to all of our witnesses for being here today to testify on government oversight. So while I won't be focusing on ICE and all of those issues, those are significant issues, I do focus on a lot of issues that come down to fraud within the federal government. So again, want to thank you all for being here. Really appreciate your time. So I'll set the stage. We have a lot of families like mine that live in Iowa, Minnesota. I come from a blue-collar working family, a farm family. My parents farmed, they worked very hard. Their parents ahead of them worked very hard to get where we are today. I'm very privileged to sit in this seat today. My sister works for a trucking company. She and her husband farm. My brother is a blue-collar labor union worker for the railroad. Every one of their tax dollars needs to be protected because they work darn hard in all types of weather. They work outside. They don't have the privilege of sitting in a cushy office working 9 to 5. But what we have found in the federal government through years and years of the work that I have done on oversight is that 1 out of every $10 that Americans send to the federal government is squandered away and lost in fraud. 1 out of every $10. So there's no time to waste in giving Americans peace of mind about how we use their hard-earned dollars. We have seen examples like the Equality Leering Center in Minnesota recently, but this is happening in every single state. It's not just Minnesota, it is every single state. And accordingly, Mr. Chairman, I would like to submit my Squeal Award to Minnesota Governor Walz for the state's massive fraud ring for the record. I'm putting
Without
together
objection.
Thank you. I'm putting together a package of pragmatic, bipartisan proposals because I have friends on the other side of the aisle that see this as a massive scam against the American public They see this and they want to deal with it. They want to prevent waste from ever occurring again. For too long, Congress has pretended to search for who is actually responsible for the amount of fraud and waste in programs after those funds have already gone out to the states and localities. It's almost like a problem Scooby-Doo and the Mystery Gang might face. So right here, folks, well, the mystery is solved. Congress is responsible. By allowing weak incentives for states and localities to police spending after those grant funds are dispersed, fraud is able to increase more easily, and it's harder to recoup improperly used taxpayer dollars. So, Representative Niska, too often the federal government writes a check and then looks the other way. How should Congress redesign incentives to ensure states have real skin in the game and safeguards taxpayer dollars once those funds have left Washington, D.C.?
Well, thank you, Senator. And you're absolutely right that people respond to incentives, and especially immoral people respond to incentives. And unfortunately, we've had both in federal programs, but especially the way the Walz administration and Attorney General Ellison have overseen those programs in Minnesota, we have seen an enormous loss of our important taxpayer dollars. We should be tightening up eligibility requirements, making sure that states and local governments are actually going out and checking on whether meals are being served. The Feeding Our Future fraud scandal that we heard about was a situation where there were sites that were supposedly feeding kids where nobody could have fed them. And if Minnesota officials, including Attorney General Ellison's office, which was involved in litigation at that time, had just gone out and checked, they would have been able to find those problems. The problem is that Attorney General Ellison has fought to cover up the records from closed investigative files. He's fought in the courts and the legislature to amend our Sunshine Law so that he doesn't have to disclose what happened in those investigations, and that needs to change as well. But absolutely, the federal government needs to be overseeing our taxpayer dollars and making sure that states who are administering those programs are doing it better than Minnesota has done. It's been a complete failure.
Yes, thank you. And Attorney General Ellison, under your watch, unfortunately, Minnesota has achieved the largest COVID fraud scheme in American history. Under your watch, those whistleblowers who brought attention to the fraud and waste in your state faced retaliation. Under your watch, billions of tax dollars intended for unemployment insurance, supporting hungry children, just as described, children with autism, providing housing for the most vulnerable, keeping small businesses afloat through COVID, and more were instead, all of those dollars were funneled away into fraudulent schemes. So last month in an interview with CNN, you were asked if your office has done enough to stop the fraud. And you responded, "Of course we've done enough." And this is a quote, "Of course we've done enough. And we're doing more every single day. This is a political matter. This is not a serious thing." Those are your words.
They are.
How do I go back to my hardworking brother and my hardworking sister and every other American who's going out there and then sending their taxpayer dollars to Washington, D.C., only to have it squandered away in fraud? How do we respond to them? And how do we recoup those dollars from these programs that Minnesota should have been overseeing?
Senator Ernst, thank you. I really do believe that you're sincerely, earnestly trying to look out for taxpayer dollars. And I'm here to tell you that, of course, we're here to hold people accountable who commit fraud. I've prosecuted and convicted over 300 people since I've been the AG for Medicaid fraud. So I'm with you when you're trying to protect the public dollar. What I was saying in that interview is that rather than coming together on a bipartisan basis to stop fraud, the matter has been turned into a political football, which I bet you probably would agree it shouldn't be. We should come together to protect the public dollar, and it shouldn't be somebody's campaign ad. What we should do is do it together. So what are we doing? First of all, you should know that I can only prosecute I can only prosecute crimes that the county attorney gives me or that the governor assigns me. I do not have authority to just prosecute anybody I want.
Yes, and I am over time.
Okay.
Thank you for that. But
Let's
what
talk.
we need.
I'm here to help. I'm here to work with you.
What we need is your governor then to step up to the plate, and any crime that needs to be prosecuted, it needs to be done. The American taxpayer is tired of their dollars being funneled out of their pockets into scammers' pockets.
I think you're right.
Senator Moody.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this hearing. Thank you for the witnesses for being here today. I think this is one of the most pressing issues facing our country, and it is the most pressing issue facing our country because of what we saw over the last 4 years. On a conservative estimate under the last administration, 11 million people flooded, I would argue, were pushed into our country, sometimes done on a quota system under the Biden administration. Some estimates have it up to 20 million. Many of those didn't even come through checkpoints. They just came across without any sort of checking in, without any sort of claiming, without any sort of process, and many, many, many of those had criminal histories before they even got here. And I know this was a hard question to answer, but it should be an easy one. Mr. Ellison, you are the Attorney General of the state of Minnesota.
I'm not a, what question is that, Senator?
You're the Attorney General of the state of Minnesota.
I of course am, obviously. That's,
Well,
I was
you
introduced that
didn't
way.
answer Senator Hawley, so I'm just trying to get that on the record. I will easily answer. Not only am I the newest United States Senator, I was the Attorney General for the state of Florida. Easy answer. We'll start there. So I'm going to take us back to 2021 when Biden reversed precedent of Democrat and Republican presidents going back in modern history and changed whether or not they were going to deport people here illegally that had committed felonies. Do you remember when that executive order came out where they said very specifically they were changing whether or not they would be deporting people here illegally committing felonies? Do you remember that?
I cannot say I have a tight recollection of that.
I remember it because I was the Attorney General, which is often referred to as the top cop or the top law enforcement official or prosecutor in a state. I remember it because I was desperately getting calls from sheriffs around my state saying, I have somebody in here for burglary or drug trafficking, whatever. They are canceling detainers. Do you remember anybody coming to you and saying they're canceling detainers?
I remember we had a robust conversation around a range of issues, and what we did is evaluated Minnesota law and shared that information.
And what I mean by that is under the Biden administration, Mayorkas and everybody that was working on immigration started systematically breaking down the border. And not only that, which allowed for the 11 million to 20 million people to come in, not only that, they started telling law enforcement officials around the nation that had in their custody people here illegally committing crimes, don't hold them anymore. We're going to abandon precedent that used to be done under Democratic and Republican presidential administrations, and we're going to stop holding people here illegally committing crimes. Don't detain them because that's not our policy anymore. So what did I do as the top law enforcement official in the state of Florida, as the Attorney General? I sued the Biden administration immediately and fought back because my law enforcement officials had the trust in me that I would fight for the safety of our communities. It just came out recently after we had to bear the absolute devastation to this country as it related to immigration and crimes in our community under the Biden administration, that the Trump administration said that we have gotten out of your state tens of thousands of people here illegally with criminal backgrounds. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I'm sorry, are you asking me if committing crimes is a bad thing? The answer is yes.
Trump administration said they have removed from your state 10,000 people that were here illegally that had criminal backgrounds. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
If you're asking me are you asking me to rely on what the Trump administration has said?
Assume it is true, because I think you're going to debate me on this. They have removed tens of thousands of people across the country that are here illegally, that have committed crimes. They have a criminal background. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I agree with the general premise that we should remove the worst of the worst who are not authorized to be in the United States who commit crimes.
Okay, so if they're here illegally and they've committed burglary, should they be removed? What was that?
Ma'am,
You said yes, I just couldn't hear you.
Ma'am, look, I think I answered your question.
You didn't. I'm asking you now.
If you're asking me
This is a
if
simple
somebody,
question. As
if
the top
somebody
cop
commits
of Minnesota,
a crime,
if someone burglarizes
somebody
someone
commits a
home
crime,
and they're here illegally, should they be deported?
if somebody
This is not
commits a
trick
felony
question.
offense, I mean, but it's.
Okay, let me make it simple. If they are drug trafficking and they are in Minnesota and they're here illegally, should they be deported?
Have they been convicted?
Let's assume they've been convicted.
Yeah.
Okay. If they have broken into people's homes or committed theft, or let me go as far as saying if they've committed fraud and they're here illegally, should they be deported?
Have they been convicted?
If they are in the process and they have a background of a criminal conviction for any crime, should they be deported?
People who have been convicted and are not authorized to be in the country should be removed.
Okay, if they've been convicted and they have an application in process or they've claimed asylum, should they be removed?
Don't we need to find, I mean,
If they have a criminal conviction for fraud and they're here
Yes.
illegally or they have
They-
a process
they
pending,
ans-
should they be removed?
if they have a criminal conviction for felony fraud and they're unauthorized to be in the country, they should be removed.
So do you think it would shock the federal government when in January of 2026, you said, and I quote, we're not going to help the Trump administration. We're not going to devote the resources of our state to help the Trump administration. That's not our business. We're not going to help them. We're not going to do their bidding.
I'm glad you
think
asked me.
Hold on. Do you think it would surprise an administration who's trying to go back and rid communities of people here illegally that are committing crimes to have the top law enforcement officer of the state said, we're not going to help them?
So, Senator, here's the thing. The federal government is a government of limited and enumerated powers, among them immigration enforcement.
Do you think you should help remove people here illegally that have committed crimes? Should you help the administration?
We should obey Minnesota and federal law. That's what we should do.
Does it surprise you that you said you think you have 7 counties that have entered into 287G out of 87 counties, 7? Would it surprise you that Florida has every one of our counties signed up to help the administration rid our communities of those that are here illegally committing crimes?
It would neither surprise me or not surprise me.
Does it surprise you that
states
you're
are
having
different.
all of these problems in Minnesota because you have a top cop that won't help rid its community of those here illegally committing crimes?
You know what?
It's a tale of 2 states, a tale of 2 attorney generals, and how this is all playing out. It should surprise no one in this country. And in fact, let me go a step further. It should surprise no one in this country that the problems that we have had in your state as a result of a top cop not working with law enforcement to make its community safe and rid people here committing crimes, that you're seeing what has played out. And let me just say,
that's actually wrong. That's actually quite wrong.
You cannot have an attorney general
certainly disagree with that.
post pictures supporting Antifa with an expectation you are going to have a civilized, stable, safe community that works with federal law enforcement to deport criminals here illegally committing crime. That is a joke. And it is also the reason why you have a crisis in law enforcement ranks. You have such a high vacancy rate in your state because no one that wears a badge and does these dangerous jobs believes that their top cop supports them. And as the wife of a law enforcement officer, I think that is a shame, and your state deserves better.
Senator, I thought we were going to have a real conversation. I'd be happy to have one, but now I know that you don't really want one, so congratulations on your theater.
Expired. With that, this concludes our first panel. I'd like to thank our witnesses for participating in today's hearing. We will now transition to our second panel momentarily.
So we're going to use the same order.
Do you have the second,
We'll get you on.
okay, the run of show?
You fine do this once they get solved? Just a couple minutes.
Yeah. We will now begin our second panel. I'd like to welcome Joseph Edlow, the Director of U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, Rodney Scott, Commissioner of U.S. Customs and Border Protection, and Todd Lyons, the senior official performing the duties of the Director of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE. It's the practice of the committee to swear in witnesses. Will each of you please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear that the testimony you will give before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may be seated. The witnesses' opening statements have been submitted for the record. We will now play a video that has been authenticated. The audio has been reduced except for the sound of the gunshots at the end. We just would advise the audience not to be startled by the gunshots at the end. Society grants the use of lethal force to various police agencies, but that grant is not carte blanche. That grant comes with serious conditions. The grant to use lethal force is so ominous, that society only allows such force to be used in rare occasions. Today we explore the rules of engagement, the rules for the proper use of force, and the rules for the use of force that are proportional to the threat. My goal with this hearing is not to condemn or to argue to defund ICE. My goal is to restore public trust. If we don't admit that there's a problem, though, we're not going to get anywhere. Witness the thousands of people in the streets in Minneapolis and in Minnesota and the millions of viewers who witnessed the recent deaths. It's clearly evident that the public trust has been lost. To restore trust in ICE and Border Patrol, they must admit their mistakes, be honest and forthright with their rules of engagement, and pledge to reform. I hope the leadership of ICE and Border Patrol here today will participate in a meaningful way today in the committee discussion on the proper use of force. We can roll the video or begin to roll the video. All right, stop. So what we see is the beginning of the encounter with Alexander Preddy. He's filming in the middle of the street. We see two women that are, as you watch the video, jawboning, complaining, protesting, yelling, maybe not being nice, but they're protesting away. Let's keep the videos stopped. And so my question to Mr. Scott first is yelling at ICE officers or Border Patrol, is that a form of domestic assault on the officers?
No, sir.
Mr. Lyons?
No, sir, it's not.
Okay. Is filming of ICE or Border Patrol either an assault or a crime in any way, Mr. Scott?
No, sir.
Mr. Lyons?
No, sir.
Let's roll. Go ahead.
Just a question for you, Commissioner Scott. So we see Alex Preddy here. I think it went for a little further. But he is just holding a phone here. Is that correct? Is that what you're saying, like the rest of us?
Mr.
He's
Scott?
not on the screen at the moment, but that is what I've seen in that video up to that point.
So, okay, good. Just want to be clear. He's only holding a phone.
Okay, let's roll it a little bit farther forward. All right. And keep going, and keep going past this. All right, now stop. So what we've seen is the two women, we don't know what they were saying. I don't think that's audible on anything. They were probably bugging, bothering, whatever, yelling, protesting at the officers, but I don't think they touched them in any way. Do you think that, or is it appropriate, or is it an appropriate use of force to shove the woman to the ground here, Mr. Scott?
I can't answer that because this video does not show everything that led up to it, any encounters before, that investigation's ongoing. I think we will get that information, but we don't have it from this video.
So let's say hypothetically, two women were yelling at one of your officers. Is it okay to violently shove them to the ground?
No, sir.
Mr. Lyons?
No, sir.
If I could just put that up. So I have a question. We see the shove here. I think we're going to see her go to the ground in the image going forward. So we'll want you to verify that. I think you saw that video. You know that she gets pressed to the ground, Mr. Scott, there. So I have before me here, this is the policy for Homeland Security, where de-escalation tactics should be employed to minimize the likelihood of the use of additional force. In fact, agents shall employ de-escalation tactics and techniques. Would you consider pushing a woman down to the ground a de-escalation tactic?
It can be, depending on the circumstances. I don't know what happened before this. If the officer thinks that doing that is going to prevent any kind of a physical encounter, if there's a weapon or anything else, I'm not saying there is. I'm just saying in certain cases, using hand-to-hand is a de-escalation.
So this woman, who we all can look at our eyes, I mean, this is the thing that's so frustrating for the American people, and the 90% of people who have looked at these videos, this woman's clearly trying to have her back turned, trying to get away, and he shoves her pretty violently to the ground. Just looking at that, would you think that that's not de-escalation, or are you just saying you can't answer that?
No, I'm not justifying that action. I'm saying I don't have enough information in front of me to say it is or is not, because I don't know what happened before this video.
I think what's important about the encounter isn't even the specifics of the investigation. It's about what are your officers trained to do. So your officers are watching it. Some of them are here in the audience. Hopefully some are watching at home. And they need to know. They need a explicit. So there were people who said, and they were part of the government, I don't think they were interviewed, but part of DHS and part of the administration said that, yes, the officers were using de-escalation tactics. Nobody believes that, all right?
No.
I'm just going to stipulate that. I don't even need your opinion on that. No one in America believes shoving that woman's head in the face in the snow was de-escalation. But your officers need to know they had a verbal encounter with them. She did not place her hands on the officers. She wasn't trying to get their weapon. It's not great. I mean, I don't like to see these encounters either. But is it appropriate for the officers to respond to a verbal barrage of words or whatever? Is it proper to physically throw a woman down or to throw anyone down?
If the only action is verbal, no.
Okay, that's what I want to hear.
Yes.
Correct, sir. Same answer.
All right. Do you have another point on this before we move on? Let's move on a little further. Okay, and so here at this point, she's on the ground, and this to me looks not like an offensive maneuver. It looks like a defensive maneuver, holding his phone, holding his hand up to be sprayed. I think the problem what we have on so many of these images, and not just this one, all of the images that we see is really people being held and forcefully from inches away, sprayed in the eyes with this stuff. And I know it depends on the circumstances, but there's got to be a better policy. You guys have to figure it out. I mean, there was a stark contrast when we see the array of ICE agents and Border Patrol agents and the Minneapolis State Police. And it is not an easy job. I have two policemen, retired policemen that work for me. Being a policeman is not an easy job. Being an ICE agent is not an easy job. Being a Border Patrol. But the Minneapolis policemen were standing there stoically with their arms crossed, And you could say, well, they weren't getting all the crap thrown at them. That's true. But they also weren't launching tear gas back at, and grenade launchers of pepper spray. So what is the policy, first, Mr. Scott, for how we use pepper spray, and not we, how the agent's supposed to use pepper spray and when?
In this case, they should be using it when there's active resistance or when they're trying to de-escalate to prevent using some other type of a weapon or a tool.
Right. I guess why don't we move forward go ahead.
So I just want to be clear, because we all want to know that we're all seeing the same thing, because this is the question. This is what the questions that the American people have, because they've been hearing a lot from the administration, especially early on, and their eyes tell them something completely different. So what we just saw here is that we saw an agent pepper spray Mr. Petty at a close range. Is that correct? Everybody saw that, Mr.
Correct.
Mr. Scott? It was at close range. He still just had a phone in his hand, and he puts his hand up to basically protect his face from being sprayed. Is that what you see? Is there something we're missing here?
I would have to watch the video again for that last statement.
Can we do that? Just look at it real quick.
Yeah, we can go back and show last 20 seconds again. Go back 20 seconds.
Right here. A little bit more.
And then go forward a little
Keep
more.
going a little bit more, right there. So what we saw is that the agent grabbed him, grabbed him, pulled away with a spray, and he's putting up his hand like, oh my God, you're going to spray me in the face.
Right. And see, the thing is that we've got more than one problem here. I think that, I understand you not wanting to make conclusions yet, but nobody believes you're gonna, because you made conclusions immediately, not you, but people within the government made conclusions immediately that he was a terrorist and an assassin, that people aren't believing that it's gonna be an honest investigation. It's also been quite a while. And I'm one who, I am very pro-law enforcement. I don't think, as terrible as this is, it's something that's a crime. I think it's terrible police work, but there has to ultimately be repercussions. I think he is retreating at every moment. He's trying to get away, and he's being sprayed in the face. I don't think that's de-escalatory. That's an escalatory thing. So while pepper gas, you might have a theory of how it might be a de-escalation, in this case, without a question, it is. But I can tell you, if we come back with a result and people say we looked at it, nobody's to blame for anything, and there are no changes, I think it destroys the trust in ICE. You want to trust in ICE and Border Patrol agents. We've got to restore that. And it doesn't mean that we have to do something inappropriate to these agents, but some of the stuff's inexcusable. I mean, and it's going to take, it's going to take conclusions. It's going to come forward. But right now, I don't know that the American public, believes that there can be an honest assessment. Who is doing the investigation?
So multiple agencies are doing an investigation. The FBI is involved, FBI Civil Rights are involved, ICE is involved, and CBP's Office of Professional Responsibility is involved. CBP's specific role is to preserve the evidence and really focus on what you're talking about, the administrative aspects of it and the training aspects to make sure that we are constantly getting better and better. The criminal aspects are FBI. But there's a lot of other video, there's body cam video that's all being looked at, and until all that evidence is evaluated, I can't jump to a conclusion on either direction. I would ask America to do the same thing. But I am committed to transparency, to making sure all the information we have is made public when it's appropriate.
So you will release the officers' cameras?
Yes.
Okay. Let's roll forward. Okay, we can stop. So it goes on. I mean, he's standing up, he's trying to protect his eyes, but he's still back filming and on the back of his heels. At no time in the encounter, we've gone forward a couple seconds, do you see him try to strike an officer? Nor does he brandish a weapon, which was alleged as well. And so we're going through this, and it's like, they will say, oh, he's, resisting at some point. I don't see any resistance, but it's kind of hard to tell when you have 6 people on you and you're moving, are you resisting? I mean, the natural instinct is when 6 people are on top of you, you're going to be trying to move. You're not going to be placid, particularly after they've sprayed him several times. But I see nothing here, not even a hint of something that was aggressive on his part. Everything was retreat. He's over in the street, he retreats. The woman is pushed to the ground. He tries to assist the woman to get up. He's violently sprayed, and it just continues. And so I don't think this should take months and months and years and years. There needs to be a conclusion. You want to calm things down? I think Tom Homan being there and now saying we're going to reduce this presence in the street is a good sign and a good step forward. And I'm glad that's happening. I think that is de-escalation, true de-escalation in a diplomatic way. But we need to have answers here, and there needs to be an announcement. These are the new policies. This is how we're going to interact with the public, because the public needs to know too. If I go to a protest and I shout something at people, could I be killed?
Just a little further.
Let's go back. Let's go a little further on the video. We can stop there. One of the theories initially that was proffered, and I'm assuming is not true, but I just like confirmation that's not true, was that as his gun was taken from him, it accidentally discharged, causing them to fire their weapons. His gun wasn't fired?
I can't testify to that. I'm not, that is under FBI's purview with the ongoing investigation. I can't answer that question.
All right. Did you have another comment at this point? Go a little bit further.
Moving a little bit further, a little bit.
Go just
Right there, right, stop. Yeah, stop that if you would. So if you'd stop that, I think what we saw right there, and make sure we're seeing this, that the officer basically started to beat him with a pepper spray canister at that point. That's right before we stopped that. So to both of you, is beating someone with a spray pan, with a canister, is that de-escalatory? You're going to give me the same answer? You don't know if that's de-escalatory? Take it away from this incident. If you just saw someone beating someone with a canister on the ground, would you think that's de-escalatory? Was that what you
We're leaving out what I'm seeing is a subject that's also not complying. He's not following any guidance. He's fighting back nonstop. I don't know what they're saying. I don't know what's going on in this situation. I know that they're all being interviewed what was going on, and that will be part of the official record. But I can't answer whether that's appropriate or not. It depends on what a reasonable officer saw at that time.
So is that part of training? Do you train
Absolutely
officers to beat somebody with a canister? If there are only several officers holding someone down, then if you really want to.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask just a process question here? Are the people in those videos not entitled to Fifth Amendment and 14th Amendment protection of due process? It seems to me that if we get to a place in time in America where we have a video that is the entirety of what is guilt or not guilt, puts us in a very, very bad situation.
I don't think anybody's assessing.
Well, I think that's what you're saying. You're asking for conclusions.
No, we're asking for conclusions for what is the proper use of force for all agents.
But you're asking specific questions about a video.
And the answers have been generic answers. We haven't gotten
As they should be. As they should be, by the way. And I just want to point out that these American citizens who are entitled to Fifth and 14th Amendment protections, and for us to make certain that we keep that in mind as we ask these conclusive questions.
They do. For a court of law and for any criminal proceeding, they absolutely deserve that. We're going to move on to a first round of questions, and I'm going to pass mine to Senator Johnson, and I'll reclaim mine later.
Mr. Chairman, first, are the witnesses going to be providing testimony?
They've been taken for the record. They've been taken for the record. They gave the same public testimony yesterday.
Oh, I wanted to hear from them. Okay. So there was a real disconnect in our first panel in terms of Congressman Emmer and the representative from Minnesota State Legislature versus the Attorney General and fellow in charge of prisons in terms of the level that Minnesota was cooperating with ICE and with Customs and Border Patrol. Were you listening to that opening panel?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So I'll start with you, Commissioner Scott. What would you agree or disagree with in terms of what was said in that first panel in terms of the cooperation or lack of cooperation? Because according to Attorney General Ellison, said they were perfectly cooperating and there shouldn't have been any problems here. And I think that the statement he used is it was because of the unprecedented nature. Let me get the. Well, just said again, it was because of the scale of the surge that's what caused all the problem versus Minnesota cooperating or not cooperating.
Yeah, that's not accurate at all. I actually met with the Attorney General when I went up with Tom Homan. We initially had conversations. The reason that CBP surged a bunch of resources into Minneapolis is because ICE couldn't go do arrests without being violently assaulted, and they were not getting support from state and local law enforcement.
So talk about the kind of arrests, because we heard from here, and I, quite honestly, I didn't get the complete answer from the fellow from the prisons when he said, as long as there's a judicial order. And I was wondering, does he mean from an Article 3 judge, or is he talking about the administrative law judges that we use for enforcement of ICE? So was that a distinction? Were they only going to honor and they only going to cooperate with Article 3 judicial orders? Or did they concede the fact that, we handle federal immigration law through the administrative law judges?
So I would defer to ICE on what the normal processes were.
Mr. Lyons.
Yes, sir. I can speak to that. It's both, sir, judicial and administrative. They did not cooperate at all. I can give you an example.
Well, please give me multiple examples.
I can give you an example where ICE, Enforcement Removal Operations and Homeland Security Investigations, we did execute a criminal warrant for an individual from Ecuador who fled the state of Connecticut that was wanted for the state of Connecticut for a rape of a 14-year-old minor. He did have a murder warrant from Ecuador, and we did not have any cooperation with that. Going back to the surge part, we did have that.
Just describe no cooperation. I mean, so
we had to
walk through here. So you got this warrant on somebody who's, convicted of, or I guess convicted of a violent crime or just wanted on a violent crime. I mean, be specific. Talk about this instance.
This incident, sir, the subject was wanted from the state of Connecticut, fled the state of Connecticut after a detainer was not honored in the state of Connecticut. He was wanted for rape of a 14-year-old minor.
But he wasn't convicted. They made a big deal about, it's got to be a convicted criminal.
No, sir. It was an actual criminal warrant from the state of Connecticut. And that subject was also wanted on an Interpol warrant because he was wanted for homicide in his home country. And he was also illegal reentry, 8 U.S.C. 1326. So it was
but you understand the point. Again, they were making a big point. It has to be convicted. A.G. Ellison kept saying, well, is the person convicted of the crime?
Well, sir, I think we have to start first. Is the person even supposed to be in the country in the first place?
I understand. So I'm just trying to point out, is that a valid criteria? The Attorney General Ellison was talking about, well, if as long as this person's been convicted of a crime, that's not required, is it?
No, sir.
The person's here illegally. There's a warrant from a different country as well as from the state of Connecticut. So with this individual, what did Minnesota not do? What was requested in Minnesota or Hennepin County or whichever?
So the Minneapolis Police Department and the St. Paul Police Department, they're by city orders, they don't cooperate with us. So for instance, we asked them to hold a perimeter or hold a street. That's why we need more officer agents. We would have to go ahead and hold down that city block. Unfortunately, obviously, those vehicles do stick out. Obviously, we used, based on the subject's criminal history, we used an armored vehicle. Once that's seen, agitators started coming to the scene. So now while we're trying to effectuate a criminal arrest warrant in an apartment building, small stairwell, fatal funnel, we have to go ahead and hold down the outer perimeter, where if we had the cooperation of a state or local agency to work with us on that fact, we wouldn't have to have that many officers.
Why weren't the state and local officials interested in arresting this individual with the multiple warrants on them? Just because it was an illegal immigrant?
Because it involved an ICE operation, sir.
So any other, if it's an American citizens with that kind of warrant from Connecticut, local police would have been doing this job themselves?
I can't speak for him, but I would assume so, sir. I was a civilian police. I was a cop before ICE, and that's what we did.
So talk about the violence, the threats, the doxing against ICE officers. Because again, that's where I've got a great deal of sympathy for people trying to enforce the law. They've been shot at. They've had their vehicles rammed, rocks thrown at their vehicles, doxed. On Central America, I found out that if you're become a new police chief, you get a DVD from the friendly drug cartels with your children and wife going into school and going to church. It's an explicit threat, hands off, or we're going to do something. Well, there's such a demand for unmasking ICE officers, but they've been doxxed. So just talk about the violence, the threats, the doxing that your law enforcement officers are really under.
So, sir, it's day to day. I was the field office director for the state of New England. I covered all of New England. And if you looked at the beginning of the operations, January 20th up until April, ICE officers and agents weren't masked. But it's bad. And I'll just use myself as an example. The week that Charlie Kirk was assassinated, there was a tweet that went out. It said, kill Charlie Kirk, kill another, there was another individual in that, kill Todd Lyons. That's the stuff that ICE, yesterday after the testimony on Tuesday, I went back to numerous death threats against my family. There was a videotape of my wife walking to work that people actively post. The cartels have actually posted the schematics to my home. ICE agents feel that every day. We actually did an operation with the Secret Service where we identified doxers who put up on telephone poles the home addresses and the schools where ICE officers and agents went to. But yet no one covered that operation. We covered that as a success. And I don't want my officers masked. I would work with this committee and any committee to work with holding individuals accountable that dox ICE agents, because ICE agents don't want to be masked. They're honorable men and women, but the threats against their family are real.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Peters.
So we just watched on the video of previously American citizens that were basically being manhandled and pushed and hit and beaten with canisters. We didn't see on the video, but 95% of them, or 90+% of Americans who have seen that video, also shot, Alex Preddy shot 10 times while laying face down in the back by law enforcement officers. And we also know he was basically just holding a phone, being manhandled and shot 10 times. So I just want to confirm with you, filming federal officers on a public street is not illegal, is it, Mr. Scott, Mr. Lyons?
Correct.
No, sir.
He did not, at least looking at the video, all of us who've watched the video, he did not attempt to harm law enforcement. No appearance of that. Is that correct?
I don't know what happened once he was on the ground, sir.
When he was laying face down with several people
With the
on top of
weapon
him?
in his
Is that-
waistband initially. And I'm not trying to make excuses. I'm just saying I can't jump to that conclusion because I don't know what happened on the ground. That's why there's an investigation still ongoing. Standing up, I would agree with what you just said.
Okay, so when he's on the ground with a bunch of officers on top of him, after he's been hit with a canister, he was somehow still possibly harmed to law enforcement, you're saying? It's possible?
That's happened thousands of times, yes. And
Okay. Mr. Lyons, really? You saw him, that is a possible threat?
Sir, from the, that wasn't an ICE operation, that was a CBP operation.
I get it, but you're a highly trained professional.
Yes, sir. No, obviously, there's not enough evidence to speak to, but that's the best thing about this is the fact that I can speak for ICE, Office of Professional Responsibility, as well as CBPs, that they're the same, that we have to have a full investigation, and it has to
Okay,
come out.
okay.
We have to base that training on that.
So you have to have a full investigation. What everybody saw in the video, there might be some extenuating circumstances. We just don't know, but the video is very clear. And yet we had the Trump administration claim that he was attempting to inflict mass casualties. You're gonna have to explain how you had that come to that, how the Trump administration came to that conclusion when you can't even come to the conclusion that he may have been resisting when he was laying flat on his back with being beaten. How did they come to the fact that he was going to have those mass casualties? And then, quote, Secretary Noem said he was committing, quote, an act of domestic terrorism. What you saw in the video, is that what you train your officers? Someone laying on the ground, that's an act of domestic terrorism? Commissioner Scott and Acting Lyons, did you provide Secretary Noem with an assessment of what Mr. Preddy was engaged in and that he was engaged in domestic terrorism? Is that why she said that? Is because you told her? That was your belief at that time? Even though you need an awful lot of investigation now to know exactly what happened. Are you the ones that told her that?
no, sir.
No, sir.
Did anyone who reports to either of you provide this assessment to Secretary Noem that this was mass casualty, or he was attempting to inflict mass casualties and domestic terrorism? Did someone in your staff tell her that?
Not to my knowledge, sir.
So why would Secretary Noem, why would she tell the public that this was an act of domestic terrorism when right in the heat of the moment? How would she possibly come to that kind of conclusion to tell the American public that when they're watching this video?
I can't speculate on what someone else would say or why, sir.
Mr. Lyons?
Sir, I can't speculate to what the Secretary thought at that time, sir.
So it seems to me a really big question, which means that we have to have Secretary Noem here. She deserves it to the American people deserve to have the secretary, the person who is responsible to, you are responsible to, and all the men and women ICE answer to her. She needs to be before this committee. She ducks coming out in public and talking and hasn't accepted prior invitations to come to this committee. I would hope the chairman would invite her because this is an important question. How could you come to those conclusions, those narratives, before any evidence was there, even after all that's happened since then? You two are telling me you don't have enough evidence, even though it looks so clear on the video. It should have looked really clear to her if she looked at the video, if she had it that close. A lot of this got posted pretty quickly. How she came to those conclusions, I don't expect you to know that. You didn't provide any information to her, which makes me question it even more. If she got no information from you in the chain of command, how would you come up with that kind of narrative if the chain of command wasn't doing it? Acting Director Lyons, we have all seen multiple instances of DHS personnel jumping out of unmarked cars. They will have weapons drawn. They're wearing masks. They don't have clear identification. And this, of course, immediately will escalate an encounter with the public. There's no way around it that's not escalatory when you see that coming at you. Often these masked individuals are only wearing a sign on their vest that just says police. This is the type of vest that can be easily purchased by anyone and used to basically impersonate an officer. In fact, last year, this administration, the Trump administration's FBI released a bulletin entitled, and I'm going to put this in the record without objection, Mr. Chairman, "Criminal Actors Impersonate ICE Agents to Commit Violent Crime." Are you aware of this bulletin put out by the FBI?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Scott?
Yes, sir.
So I'll put this in the record if I may, Mr. Chairman. So given this, the FBI is warning people that criminals are impersonating immigration officers. My question to you is, how can you expect any U.S. citizen to follow orders from an unidentified masked man surrounding them, given we know there are these impersonators out there that are, according to the FBI, committing a lot of crime because they're terrified. They don't know what's going on. They don't know who these people are, or they falsely believe they're a federal agent, and they aren't. They're a violent criminal. So, I mean, these tactics are causing fear. They're chaos in our communities. It's why we need, I think, to have common sense reforms to rein in these practices. What we're advocating is that the men and women who are federal agents just follow the same rules that our local police follow. Our local police are highly professional. I have the greatest respect for them. They do amazing work and put their life in harm's way regularly, but they have a set of rules that they have to follow. And that's not happening with what we're seeing with both, or with agencies related to the federal government. So I think we should have a legitimate discussion about that safety and reasonable practices going forward. And I would hope that you would support that. Just in general, do you think that you should follow the same rules of those followed by local police in our communities? Is that reasonable, Mr. Scott?
I believe you're talking about uniform standards. At CBP, we do. You have to have a name tag. It has to be clearly identified. There are times we've made exceptions on the name tag and we used a different identifier, but it was an individual identifier so people knew who they were. And all of our agents and officers have to carry their credentials with them and their real badge with them.
So all across the board, there are a wide range. We put together a proposal of a wide range of practices that have been adopted by police organizations all across the United States of America. Would you feel comfortable abiding by the same kind of regulations and guidelines that local police follow on a whole host of issues?
I would look at those. I believe that very different law enforcement organizations have different considerations, but the general concepts, yes, and I think we do currently follow.
Mr. Lyons?
Yes, sir, I'm open to that, but one thing I'm also open to too, sir, is looking for the help from this committee and other elected officials, not only to help us bring down the rhetoric, but help us to hold those people accountable that are threatening ICE officers and agents. I think to dispel the fear of the men and women of ICE, that'd be huge. That would be a real step going.
As we've looked at the complaints, and Senator Peters has brought this up, one of the things from a lot of the different videos that are out there is the complaint that the officers are quick on the draw. Basically, they're drawing weapons. I know there are rules for the police drawing weapons. A lot of times I've been told you don't draw it unless you're planning on using it or unless there really is an imminent threat. There's some subjective nature to figuring that out. But, you know, there was one video of a woman, you don't have to come out of the specifics, but, you know, a hypothetical woman has come to a stop. She has not brandished a weapon. Her car is stopped. The ICE agents get out, all guns drawn. That to me doesn't seem like it would be consistent with your policy. What is the policy on when you draw your weapon? Each of you, Mr. Scott first.
Within CBP, when the officer feels there's a threat, but in this specific, like the scenario you outlined, and not that specific, but with the vehicle can and is often used as a weapon. When we train to do felony stops, basically the officers, when they stop that vehicle, they're trained to have their weapons out and ready because they're stopping a felony. So it's not that simple that you have to wait until you see a weapon. Sometimes it's literally that officer presence to keep the situation under control. But the weapon's only supposed to be pulled when the agents believe that it's required to affect that law enforcement action.
In this instance, I don't think it was a person that was targeted. I think it was a person they might have had some suspicion of. It wasn't a person that was targeted. The problem is that nobody really looks at this, particularly this one instance, and thinks the police would do it that way. When police make traffic stops, they avoid the car, they come from behind the car, they'll often have their hand on their weapon, but you almost never see a policeman with a gun drawn on a traffic stop or any kind of stop unless they've either seen a weapon or they really are in fear of their life. I think, and this is just my opinion, you have to look at what your rules are for drawing weapons, because it appears to me they're not using the same standard as the police.
Sir, I could just speak to my experience. I've done thousands of traffic stops. Like I said, I was a 10-year city police officer prior to coming to ICE. And obviously, our training, we do fall back on the two main Supreme Court decisions, Tennessee versus Gardner, for one. And, we can't speak to the totality of the circumstances, especially in the case where we don't know exactly what it is. We can't go to that officer's mindset. So each one is separate. But if you look at the use of force, curriculum in the pyramid, officer presence is include one of those things. So to your point, sir, I've done it many times myself, felony traffic stop. In the case of ICE, oftentimes we do know it's a felon or wanted felon that we're going after. The firearm may be drawn. But again, each case is.
I think it does make a difference whether you're stopping a target who's a felon stop versus stopping a random person. In the instance that was displayed recently in the news, I don't believe it was a felony stop. I don't even believe it was a targeted stop.
No, sir, that's what I meant, to your point.
This, I think, probably was somebody filming that was annoying them or pestering them, and then they went and they followed the person and stopped them. And I think the weapons being drawn was inappropriate, but I would suggest that you need to look at these and you need to look at the policy, because I don't think they're living up to the same standard of the police. I think the police, frankly, are better trained, which is the other complaint that people have had. Have we rushed some of the people into the job, and have we not had adequate training? Senator Langford.
Shubin, thank you. And if you'd pass on a thank you to the men and women that literally put their lives on the line for the sake of the country every single day, I'd appreciate it. Because we hear story after story of death threats on ICE agents, on CBP folks that are being randomly attacked, of vehicles being rammed into their vehicles, of rocks being thrown at them, of threats that they have against their life and against their children. We hear it frequently, and it's not just random. The ICE facility in Dallas, where somebody just got up on a rooftop and started just open firing into a facility, killing two people not legally present in the country, but certainly we're targeting just a random ICE agent in the process. The very real threats that they face every day has got to wear on them. So if you'd pass on our gratitude to the folks that are putting their lives on the line every day and facing those kind of threats for the nation, a lot of folks are not willing to be able to do that. So please say thanks to them.
Yes, sir.
I would also say thank you as well. 2 years ago, we had 10,000 people a day illegally crossing into the country 2 years ago. 10,000 people a day, not vetted, we had no idea who they were. 70,000 people were estimated by the Biden administration to come in 2024 that were special interest aliens that had a locational connection to terrorism, but we had no idea who they were. They were allowed to be able to come into the country 2 years ago. The work that the men and women that work around you have done have stopped that chaos. Now we're discussing serious and tragic incidents, but I think we're losing perspective of really what's happened. And the amazing thing to me is, in the next 48 hours, we're arguing whether we're going to cut off funding and defund ICE and defund CBP and defund USCIS. And also, my Democratic colleagues are demanding to defund all of DHS, including Coast Guard, Secret Service, FEMA, CISA that handles our cybersecurity. All of them just be defunded because they're angry about this incident that is under investigation with multiple entities to be able to go through the investigation. So the frustration that I have is, I understand these are hard issues that we should spend time talking about. because they're tragic and awful, but also thankfully rare. There are thousands of arrests that are happening in a day that are happening by the book. And what's happening is a group of protesters that are protesting and agitating, and some of them running into churches and disturbing church services and saying it's my First Amendment right to shut down your church during a service, and saying they're a peaceful protester while they throw rocks at agents. It just gets old, I'm sure, for a lot of those agents that are trying to do their job, because the few incidents, and they are few, thankfully, get highlighted, and the thousands of arrests and the 70% of the arrests that have been picked up that are criminal aliens that are being removed from our country, very few people are stopping to be able to say thanks to. So I just want to make it clear what's actually happening. So I do want to drill down on a couple of things. This issue came up about final order of removal. What percentage of folks that actually have a detainer put on them nationwide or that are in removal processes have a final order of removal? Does anyone know that number, that percentage?
No, sir, not the percentage. I can give you what we're tracking right now is about 1.6 million final orders in the United States, with approximately 800,000 of those having criminal convictions.
Correct. Of those folks, there's this debate against the final order of removal and whether they should be honored in detainers in states like Minnesota, or what that actually looks like. As my colleague, Senator Johnson, was saying, the Attorney General kept saying, well, if they're convicted, then I'm going to honor it, but then came back later and said if there's a final order of removal. It's my understanding that the vast majority of these folks that are being removed have a final order of removal on them already through a court.
Yes, sir, through an immigration judge with the Department of Justice, separate from Immigration and Customs Enforcement.
So I do want to talk about the Minnesota whole tragic incident and where we are on things. There have been operations in Memphis and in New Orleans and in North Carolina and multiple other places where there weren't incidents like this. Was there a difference in how command and control was actually done in Minnesota that was different in another location, or how was command and control actually handled in Minnesota?
Sir, command and control started with Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Obviously, we've always been in the state of Minnesota, like all 50 states and territories. We always have offices. We were there, which we like to really point out the fact that we were there for the fraud case originally. The immigration piece did come into. Right now, there's 16,840 final orders at large in the state of Minnesota, which the officers and agents were there for. The one problem I have to point out different than, and it was brought up earlier, is the fact that, ICE agents, Special Agents Deportations Officer, due respect, First Amendment right of anybody. Myself, I've had people protest, yell. That's just part of the business. The issue we were dealing with there is when we had organized groups, and I just was looking at, again, one of the flyers that was put out, when it said how to impede ICE operations and arrest, and it told white people to put their body between the criminal alien and the officer. Speaking from experience, prior law enforcement officer, if I was on the side, say at I-4 traffic stop when I was in Florida, and someone came up to me while I was arresting someone for being a habitual traffic offender, which is a civil violation, and someone gets between me, I'm going to arrest them.
Right.
People were actively told to go out there and impede, impede, to help the people we were arresting escape and ram vehicles. That's the complete difference which led to the escalation.
Okay. When we, I do want to talk a little bit about other things that are going on here, if I can have just a moment on this. Mr. Scott, tell me a little bit about, we've allocated $170 billion, which is a big dollar amount. Part of that's going to border wall, into what we deem to be better security long-term at our southern border and at our northern border. We can talk about that at a different time. What is happening right now with construction on the southern border? Those dollars have been allocated. We don't have a report yet what's actually going on.
Thank you. Yeah, we're building the new smart border wall at a record pace. There's about 35.9 miles of actual barrier that we've installed just since January. That's a combination of waterborne and the actual border wall, but there's 30 miles of new actual border wall. About 2 miles a week are currently being built. That will be ramped up dramatically as many of these contracts come on board. But I do want to take a minute to highlight, no matter what we do on the southwest border, we've learned if there's not a consequence once you get past us, the flow will never stop. So a big reason the flow slowed down is because we're actually arresting illegal aliens inside the United States and sending a message globally that we're not going to tolerate this anymore. That's why CBP that supports the interior operations to the maximum extent we possibly can. This all works together. We're also rolling out technology. It's not just the border wall. It's a smart system, new aircraft coming on. And as you know, we're hiring more agents and officers and making sure that they're trained to the highest professional standards available.
Great, thank you.
Senator Hassan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to our witnesses. Just a brief note, even if the current funding bill stalls or is not passed that would fund the Department of Homeland Security, the department has an extraordinary amount of money at its disposal right now because it was funded during the big tax bill that my Republican colleagues passed last summer. So I just want the American people to be clear about that. Mr. Lyons, DHS officers have killed 2 American citizens in Minnesota this year. What were their names?
Whose names, ma'am? Sorry.
The 2 American citizens who were killed by ICE DHS officers in Minnesota, what were their names?
Renee Good and Alex Preddy.
Well, I'm glad to hear you say their names out loud, because so far this morning, as well as in 3 hours of testimony on Tuesday before a House committee, you failed to say their names a single time. Why?
Ma'am, I didn't neglect their names. I was answering the question. And ma'am, to your point, I did give my condolences to the family and requested to meet them personally to give my condolences on behalf of the officers and agents involved.
Well, Renee Good and Alex Preddy were human beings, and they're dead. Before they died, they had families and friends who loved them and were loved by. And it seems to me that too many at ICE have lost sight of the fact that they are interacting with real people, not nameless, faceless numbers or political targets. When we dehumanize our fellow human beings, that's when these kinds of tragedies happen. Now, Mr. Lyons, were Renee Good and Alex Preddy domestic terrorists?
Ma'am, while that investigation's ongoing, to my knowledge, no.
So to your knowledge, no.
With the information, I can't speak to it because it's an ongoing investigation, and we will make everything transparent, which I've already committed to at the last hearing. But
so in your testimony on Tuesday, you said that you don't want to comment on these ongoing investigations because you don't want to, quote, impede or, quote, bias the investigation. Is that what you said? Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
So Secretary Noem and Stephen Miller have called Renee Good and Alex Preddy domestic terrorists. So did Secretary Noem and Stephen Miller's comments impede or bias the investigations?
Ma'am, I don't want to comment on what comments they made. That's their comments. But again, I don't want to put my finger on the scales of the investigation and be too presidential.
I understand you don't speak for them, and I'm not asking you to. I'm asking whether having the Secretary of Homeland Security and the President's Homeland Security Advisor call the subjects of an ongoing investigation domestic terrorists, whether their doing that impedes or biases those investigations.
Ma'am, again, thank you for saying that I don't represent them. I just think I can't speak to that.
But you don't speak for them.
Because I don't know what information was presented to them at that time. So again, I don't want to.
Look, your testimony doesn't make any sense. If it would impede or bias the investigations for you to say right now, when you know a lot more than we did right after the shootings, whether Renee Good or Alex Preddy were domestic terrorists, if you saying that today would impede or bias the investigations, then why wouldn't it impede or bias the investigations for Secretary Noem and Stephen Miller to say the same thing about the same people?
Any comments that are made publicly, privately, text, email, or Instagram post, whatever, is gonna put a bias on the information.
Okay. So that is important. So I take it that you are saying that Secretary Noem and Stephen Miller were wrong to say what they said.
No, ma'am. Again, I can't speak to them, but what I'll just say to is, again, career law enforcement officer, myself and Mr. Scott, we won't speak to those type of things because we don't want to put our...
Are you not kind of just being straightforward here and saying what's obvious because you're worried that if you do, you'll be fired?
No, ma'am.
The fact that you're unwilling to admit that Secretary Noem and Stephen Miller were wrong to say what they did, that they impeded and biased the investigation, is indicative of the complete failure of leadership at DHS and at all levels of this administration. Now, I want to move on to one other issue. Are you aware that ICE has identified a commercial warehouse in Merrimack, New Hampshire as a site for a new detention center?
Yes, ma'am.
So the town of Merrimack wasn't consulted about this plan, but when they eventually heard about it, town leaders wrote to Secretary Noem voicing their concerns and oppositions to the plan. And I have shared those concerns with DHS. Now, my colleague, Senator Wicker from Mississippi, expressed similar concerns about a proposed ICE facility in his state. ICE has now canceled that Mississippi project. So will ICE similarly cancel the New Hampshire project based on these concerns and local opposition?
No, ma'am. Actually, DHS has worked with Governor Ayotte, has spoke to the governor about economic impact. We did provide an economic impact summary.
And when exactly did you speak with Governor Ayotte? Because until recently, she said she didn't know anything about it.
DHS officials, ma'am, spoke within the past weeks, but I can take that as a get back and get that exact time for you.
Let me be very clear. The people of Merrimack, their leadership, do not want this ICE facility in their community. And I think I can safely say that I have yet to find a Granite State community that does. Their worries go from the concerns about the way ICE is operating detention facilities to the fact that they will lose significant property tax value to their community. They have not been consulted. We have a long tradition of local control and participation in New Hampshire, and we expect that you will be sitting not just with the governor, but with local officials so that they can understand what the impact will be on their community. There are also significant concerns about the way ICE is operating some detention centers, the fact that measles outbreaks are happening in some of them. I would hope that I would get the same treatment that Senator Wicker got, which is to say, the town doesn't want the detention center, so please cancel it. And I would expect that my partisan affiliation shouldn't make any difference to that determination. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I think it's important for that exchange just to acknowledge what Mr. Lyons, I do believe, said, and he said that he had no knowledge that either of the ones that were killed were domestic terrorists. That is correct.
To my knowledge, no, sir.
Okay. Say again?
To my knowledge, no, sir.
Yes, all right. Senator Scott.
Thank you, Chairman. So I think we can all acknowledge any loss of life is a tragedy. So for Renee Good and Alex Priddy, your heart goes out to their families, and you wish it didn't happen. So from Florida, what we do is we always do an investigation afterwards if there's an officer-involved shooting, and I just want to thank you all for doing the investigation, and I hope it's thorough and we get all the facts, and people stop saying they know all the answer before the investigation's done. So I've been on this committee for 7 years, and so I came on during Trump's first term, and all I heard from my Democrat colleagues was all they did was attack CBP. I've never heard them do anything other than when somebody coming and testify, scream at them about what a crappy job they were doing. I think what CBP does and ICE does, I can't imagine how difficult it is. What frustrates me is during the Biden administration, I don't remember my Democrat colleagues once questioning them about why they're allowing in all these terrorists, criminals, drug traffickers, ever. So we don't want to, no one wanted Renee Good to die or Alex Priddy, but what about Laken Riley or Jocelyn Ngari or Rachel Moran, any of these individuals? What about all the rapes that we've heard about all around this country? So what frustrates me is that what you all are doing is unbelievably difficult. And you're trying to clean up the crap that the Biden administration gave you. When we have no earthly idea how many criminals are in this country. We have no idea. But we know there's a lot. We don't know how many gang members are in this country. And think of how many people, our friends and neighbors have died of drugs that have come across our southern border. That's never been a concern for the Democrats on this committee. In 7 years, I've never heard them complain about that. All they do is complain about how you guys do your job. So I don't get it. I don't get it how, I was a governor. I thought there was basically three things I was expected to do. Help people get a job, help their kids go to get education, keep them safe. And the most important was keep people safe. That's what you guys are doing every day. How can a mayor or a governor not want to cooperate to keep people safe? So what's it like when somebody's in a jail, like when you were in Florida, did our sheriff's office and police officers, did they, if somebody was being released that was an illegal alien and had a criminal background, did they say, no, we're not going to talk to ICE? Was that your experience?
No, sir.
So have we had all these protests in Florida?
No, sir.
Have you had problems with ICE-involved shootings in Florida?
No, sir.
Why?
I think, sir, it's just the cooperation factor. That's a huge portion of it. And if I could, sir, when it comes to the detainer, ICE respects state law as well. Minnesota has it where they can't hold individuals based on the detainer. Massachusetts has a Lund decision where they can't hold individuals.
Why would they have that? How does that help anybody that lives in that community?
Sir, it doesn't help public safety, but what I would ask is that even with the detainer, if you don't want to hold that person and it violates your state law, at least give us the chance to make that phone call. And I can give you an example from my time in Massachusetts. There was always the fact that we kind of felt like Charlie Brown with the football. They would say they were going to cooperate, but they would call knowing that there was only 12 ICE officers available to respond from Boston, Massachusetts to Cape Cod. And they told us we had 15 minutes to get there. But at the end of the day, when that individual was released, they still said, we called ICE. And unfortunately, there was way too many cases where we had an individual on Cape Cod in Barnstable County that was arrested for rape, was released on the detainer, and then went and raped again. So those are the cases that ICE is really concerned about. And if you don't want to hold an individual in custody longer than state time, by all means, ICE respects that. But please pick up the phone, give us the opportunity to come there and make that arrest.
So when they don't do it, is the community safer?
No, sir, it's not. And that prime example is one right there that they could have made the public safer.
So why do we have these? What's the rationale for these sanctuary cities? Can you guys tell me any reason you would have a sanctuary city where people say, I want the criminals to come to my city and I'm not gonna work with ICE to get them out of my community?
Unfortunately, sir, what we've seen so many times is, and again, coming from the civilian law enforcement side, when we hear about community policing, you always heard about the chilling effect of working with ICE. The problem is that backfires in these sanctuary jurisdictions because so many times we saw the criminal illegal aliens go back and offend and take advantage of the migrants that did come here for a good life. But yet they were told, if you cooperate with ICE, if you call 911, you're going to be deported, which is the farthest from the fact if you look at what we've done with the help of CIS, with protecting victims of human smuggling, sex trafficking, with the U visas, T visas, things like that, that the goal of Sanctuary City backfires when it comes to protecting other migrants who are afraid to come forward.
How many times have you been asked about Laken Riley? You ever been asked about Laken Riley by a Democrat? How about Jocelyn Nungari?
No, sir.
How about Rachel Marin?
No, sir.
How about any little girls that were raped? Ever?
No, sir.
No. You get asked about why you're not doing your job better.
Yes, sir.
I mean, if you listen to what's going on here, okay, the Democrats are mad because you're trying to protect the neighborhood, right? I mean, it doesn't make any sense. One thing I don't get is if you want to be a sanctuary city, why do you get any federal money? Especially any federal money to cooperate with law enforcement.
Well, sir, and that's one of the hard part for us. And again, the witness that was here earlier, both of us are career law enforcement. I respect his views and his career. But when it comes to issues like cooperation at the local state level, again, ICE does do that. But so many times, and I'll give you the example of Aurora, Colorado. We were going to serve a criminal warrant on an apartment complex of known TDA gang members that was full. We tried to work with the state and local government. They made notifications that the operations were ongoing. So when tactical teams arrived, protesters were already there and the apartment complex was empty. We've seen that time and time again. I've had it where I've made notifications. Again, I've had the privilege of having this job for almost 20 years and doing it at the enforcement level. to notify a local police department, and then they would put that out on a tweet. ICE is going to be at L and 8th Street. So we reach a point that we want to cooperate. We want to be good partners. But how many times, again, can we beat Charlie Brown with the football and say, okay, this time you're going to work with us? And it doesn't happen. And if you don't want to work with us, and I respect the agencies that say they don't want to, that is great. But there's been time and time again, empirical evidence that we are impeded, our operations get leaked, and then we're put at home.
Thank you for what you do.
Senator Kim.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Scott, I wanted to start with you. Do you agree with Mr. Lyons' thoughts that he shared with us just a moment ago that statements from senior leaders in the immediate aftermath of an incident could bias assessments?
I don't know what information they had at that time, sir. I'm not going to speculate on why they said what they said.
Well, you said that the FBI has purview over the investigation regarding Alex Peretti. Is that correct?
Correct.
So immediately after the shooting and killing of Alex Peretti, Kash Patel, our FBI director, said, quote, "You cannot bring a firearm loaded with multiple magazines to any sort of protest that you want. It's that simple. You don't have the right to break the law and incite violence." I wanted to ask if you have confidence in the FBI investigation of this killing.
I do have confidence in the FBI's investigation of this incident because those agents out there are professionals. They're trained. They're going to collect the evidence. They're going to collect the interviews, and they're going to present their findings to a U.S. attorney, to a district attorney, or a grand jury.
Mr. Lyons, with regards to Renee Good, there was some reporting that came out saying that FBI agents equipped with a signed warrant prepared to document blood splatter and bullet holes in Miss Good's SUV. They received orders to stop. The orders came supposedly from senior officials, including Kash Patel. Do you think a sufficient enough investigation is happening into the killing of Renee Good right now?
So, sir, I can't speak to that because I'm not aware of those decisions. But what I can tell you, sir, and the commitment from ICE, especially from the Office of Professional Responsibility, is we did secure those firearms. We did secure that scene properly, and we turned over our evidence to the FBI, and we're standing by at the end of their investigation, the conclusion of the outcome, to conduct our internal review at that point.
I just want to convey that there is just a huge trust gap here. I mean, just absolute zero trust in this being able to, for this administration, be able to conduct an independent investigation into these killings. And I just urge you, just continue to push on this, because without that, I don't think we're going to be able to move forward. And when we see these types of statements from whether Stephen Miller, Kristi Noem, from Kash Patel and others, it is absolutely putting a black mark over anything that is happening on the ground. Mr. Lyons, were you the one that recommended the surge in Minnesota?
So, sir, Operation Metro Surge, which was
that your idea?
Metro Surge for the fraud investigation, yes, sir.
So you're the one that suggested and recommended 3,000 plus agents to go to Minnesota?
Sir, I asked for more support for the amount of protests and the amount of assaults on officers. I requested more support.
So now we see Homan say that the surge is going to be stopping. Where are those ICE agents going to go next?
They'll return back to the home station, sir.
Are you going to refrain from using this type of surge tactic in other states after you've seen just the level of crisis and lack of confidence and just the chaos that it unleashed in Minnesota?
Sir, one thing for sure is there's no ICE officer or special agent that wanted that type of chaos that you referred to happen. I think going forward now, I think you see more after the conversations with officials in Minneapolis and the state of Minnesota, what partnership can look like as far as local level.
But what I'm asking you is about, have you learned a lesson here? That this is something, I mean, if you pull out from Minnesota, but then now you do a similar type surge, 2,000, 3,000 in another state, is that something you'd still consider after what occurred in Minnesota?
Sir, in regards to every law enforcement operation, of course we go back, we look at lessons learned, we always look back. At the end, the ownership of that is mine. So I have to go ahead and look at evaluations of what we did, what worked, what didn't work. But one thing, sir, if I could just have 1 second to say it. The problem, I believe, is the fact that, like some of the things that I brought up earlier, the agitators and the coordination on the protest side, we have no problem, Senator Kim, with people protesting. Happens all the time. But it's that coordination, like I said, when you have flyers out there instructing people how to get in between, whether it's a CBP officer or ICE officer making an arrest, that's the problem. And that's what I hope that we can help, especially with this committee and other committees, the fact that, you know, situations like that won't happen, that people can go out there and protest. But why are we going to encourage individuals to go out there and impede and put themselves in harm's way? I think that's the lesson learned from this.
Mr. Edlow, I wanted to bring you in on this. There was an incident that happened in San Diego. Spouses of military members and veterans were going to get interviewed for green card, and they were arrested upon arrival at their interviews. Tell us what happened. Was that USCIS agents that arrested them?
No, Senator. Excuse me. No, Senator. Anyone who comes to a USCIS interview who has an outstanding want or warrant may find themselves subject to a facilitated arrest in which ICE or local or state
So you're
law
attesting
enforcement
right
will come.
now that all of these spouses of military members and veterans had an outstanding arrest?
Senator,
outstanding
I'm
warrant?
not aware of the specific cases you're referring to. I'm happy
But you
to
should
talk
come
to you.
prepared to be able to talk through these.
I'm
It was
happy
very
to
high
talk to
profile.
your staff
But was it
about that.
USCIS or was that coordinated with ICE?
Again, Senator, depending on who comes to our office and
Have
who
you
has
ever
a warrant or
shared
warrant.
with ICE details of when and where interviews for green cards and other administrative processes for interviews and immigration take place? Have you ever shared that information with ICE?
Senator, what concerns me is that in previous years, there was no communication between USCIS, ICE, and CBP.
Just asking you a question. Have you shared the
coordination now than
location
there has
and the
been.
timing of
The location
interviews?
is at our offices, and if someone is subject to arrest or detention, we will communicate with ICE. And anyone who comes into a federal building, any federal building, should expect to be arrested if they have an outstanding want or warrant.
Mr. Lyons, in New Jersey, one 6-year-old girl was left unsupervised, wandering the streets asking for her father after ICE arrested the man while he was picking up food. I wanted to ask if you can explain this action, and can you commit to providing my office with a briefing within 30 days of what happened and took place in Morristown, New Jersey?
Sir, I don't have knowledge of that, but I do commit to you. I'll investigate that and we'll get back to you. But just if I could just say, sir, that is not the standard that ICE goes by. We take care of children, and I'll commit to you that we'll get you that
Well, it
information.
certainly didn't happen in this circumstance, and again, it has left the community shaken. So I will follow up with you and get that information so we can have clarity on what happens next. With that, I yield back.
I want the chance to make sure you give your trust back to ICE that we don't do that, sir. I commit to that.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you. I just, two things, Mr. Chairman, for the record. I just think it's important for us here to have a little bit more judicious responsibility about drawing conclusions about American citizens and not depriving them of their 5th and 14th Amendment rights. I find it outrageous that we are going into a path where watching a video on social media is enough to indict people. And I'll start with you, Mr. Lyons. What does that mean to your family? Like when you saw what my colleague from Florida talked about, what does that mean to your family when they see that kind of just conclusive statements in terms of what you and your officers are doing with actually zero information that actually is a proper investigation?
You know, I'll speak personally, but then I can speak in a broader view. It's hard. You know, and again, I'm a career law enforcement person. I have the opportunity to lead the agency that I started with. And the men and women of ICE go out there and they do incredible work, but they are demonized. I would love to see ICE officers and agents be seen as human as well. You know, all too often, my son, who it's his birthday today, will show me a video. Dad, is this true? And it's totally false. It's an AI thing, right? We've seen media, you know, say the same thing. And unfortunately, today, that's our biggest problem, is we are always fighting on our back foot because no one will ever pick up the good stories that we do. You know, we joke all the time that one of the, you know, major criminal organizations we fight, they have better playbooks than we do when it comes to making ICE look bad. Sometimes the media is our biggest enemy.
But it's just, sorry to interrupt, but it's not just the media or some random goofball or bot on social media. These are elected representatives that make outrageous statements. And I would like to enter a list, 4-page list of current sitting members of Congress that have made absolutely outrageous comments, analogizing Customs and Border Patrol agents and ICE agents to the Gestapo, to a secret police. So without objection, I'd like to enter that into the record.
Without objection.
And I think the second piece I'd like to enter the record is just some pretty outrageous statistics, because we've talked about outrage here. Let's talk about outrage. 8,043% increase in death threats to ICE agents in the last 12 months. 8,043. A 1,426% increase in assaults against ICE officials. A 16,700 increase on threats of assault against your agents, both of you. A 3,300% increase in vehicular attacks against your agents, and a 964% increase against officials that, like yourselves, that are not in the field every single day. This is a direct result. So I'll enter that into the record as well.
Without question.
This is a direct result of the rhetoric. Now, Mr. Scott, I have a very, very, very important question I've been meaning to ask you for the last 12 months. What laws were changed in the last 12 months that made it so that we went from the most open border in American history, hundreds of thousands of people coming to this country illegally every month, to virtually zero? What laws did we pass? I want you to give credit to Congress for acting to pass these incredible laws that resulted in this decrease.
No laws were passed, sir. Nothing new.
Wait, what? No laws were passed?
No new laws were passed.
So we're sitting here passing judgment on your team, who actually enforced the laws of the United States of America, to not allow people to enter our country legally, to regain our sovereignty? Do your agents find sometimes that they're living in an upside down world?
I won't speak for the agents. They're not here, but I do.
It's pretty outrageous, right? Like you have a simple job: enforce the laws of the United States of America, correct?
Correct. And CBP's job, if you want to really simplify it, we're just supposed to know and then control who comes into this country and who stays in this country, consistent with the laws Congress passes. That's all we're trying to do.
And we've spent a lot of time here talking about the deaths of 2 protesters, and as my colleague from Florida pointed out, we haven't had a single hearing about the deaths of American citizens on the hands of criminal aliens. Not a single time. You know, one of my colleagues asked you to say the name of the 2 people killed in Minnesota. You had no problem with that, right, Mr. Lyons?
No, sir.
Do you hear any sympathy for the deaths of criminal aliens, the death of American citizens at the hands of criminal aliens? I was a new senator a year ago, and I got to say it was a little bit humbling to sit in the chamber of the House of Representatives during the State of the Union address, because I thought, here's this kid born in Bogota, Colombia, and I'm sitting here as a United States senator in the House of Representatives, and the President of the United States is speaking. It was, honestly, I got to say, my brain was spinning. It was surreal. And then when the President talked about people like Lakem Riley that had been killed, a woman in Texas, their parents were there looking at it, I looked over to the other side, and there wasn't a single solitary Democrat that clapped for that family, honoring their lives. And I think we've got to the point in America today where we've lost our way. And let me just say this on behalf of every legal immigrant in this country. Thank you for doing your job. Thank you for enforcing the laws of the United States. Thank you for honoring those of us who came into this country illegally, followed the process, took the time to wait it out. And thank you for not allowing this country to reward those who skip the line, violate our laws, and somehow be viewed as they are the victims. What your people do every single day is very, very straightforward. You enforce the laws that this body passes. And I would encourage my Democrat colleagues, if they want to codify the Biden open border policies, submit that law. Show your voters that that's what you want. I don't think you'd get very far. And I'll just end with this. Have any of your officers, Mr. Lyons, ever entered a church to arrest any criminal alien?
No, sir.
Have you ever entered an elementary school to arrest a criminal alien?
No, sir.
And how about entering hospitals to arrest criminal aliens?
Sir, we have incidents where they've run into a hospital seeking sanctuary, but again, we didn't
But
go
you
there
didn't
we didn't
proactively-
go out there seeking patients on a IV. No, sir.
Thank you.
Senator Blumenthal.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here today and answering our questions. I don't want to talk about new laws. I want to talk about a very old one, the Constitution of the United States, specifically the Fourth Amendment. This picture is of ICE agents forcing their way into the Minneapolis home of Garrison Gibson, banging down the door, detaining Mr. Gibson in front of his wife, Tiana, and their 10-year-old daughter and niece who happened to be there at the time. I don't know whether you're familiar with what happened here. It's one of many, many, many similar incidents that have happened all around the country. And it was done pursuant to what is called an administrative warrant. I'm going to hold up a copy of that warrant, signed by an SDDO, who is, I believe, a member of the ICE workforce, another agent, a supervisory detention and deportation officer, not a judge, correct?
Correct, Senator.
So, in effect, how did you keep this memo secret?
I didn't keep that memo secret, sir. It was blasted
Well,
out.
we learned about it when 2 whistleblowers came to us and said that you were using it as a basis for the policy. It was never announced publicly. It was never released to the press or the American people. Why did you keep it secret?
Sir, I didn't keep it secret. If sending an email to a workforce of 30,000 people is keeping something secret, it's a bad secret.
It never reached those people.
Yes, sir, it did.
Well,
The email did, sir. Yes, sir. I can work with your committee to get your staff to get that.
Let me move to another topic. You stated on Tuesday, quote, "No U.S. citizen is subject to immigration enforcement, and that doesn't happen. If a U.S. citizen is detained in the course of the immigration investigation, they are quickly released." I ask unanimous consent that a report that we did, the ranking member staff did, entitled Unchecked Authority. It documents 22 U.S. citizens being detained and assaulted by immigration agents, as well as written statements from 8 U.S. citizens who have been detained, shot at, and nearly killed by ICE agents who came to speak.
Without objection.
Thank you. So let's take George Reitz, for example. He's an Army veteran, a father from California, trying to go to work. He said he was tear gassed and held for 3 days without charges. Is he lying?
Sir, ICE wasn't involved in that arrest, sir.
Were you mistaken when you said that no U.S. citizen is subject to immigration enforcement?
No, sir.
Well, who's lying, you or him?
Sir, I'm speaking for the men and women of ICE in my operation. I didn't arrest that individual, sir.
But the facts contradict what you said. Will you admit that you don't know, for example, about Alaya Rahman, a disabled woman from Minneapolis? She came to this hearing. She testified before our Spotlight forum, violently dragged from her car, detained without medical attention until she passed out. Is she lying, or are you lying?
No, sir, she's not lying.
Well, then you were mistaken when you said no U.S. citizen has been detained.
No, sir, I said no U.S. citizens subject to immigration law and deportation or removal. ICE does
Well, that's
detain.
a circular argument. She
I don't-
wasn't subject to immigration law because she's a U.S. citizen, but she was detained, and that contradicts directly, as does your statement applied to Miramar Martinez, who was almost killed, shot 7 times by CPP agents. It is true of Diana Figueroa, who told us she was violently dragged from her car after dropping her son at school, thrown into a van, also detained. Is she lying?
No, sir. But, sir, you know, I've worked personally with you on many cases when you come to me on constituents, especially in Connecticut when I was a field office director in New England. You know that I am transparent and we do not lie. So to say that we're lying is
I
incorrect,
asked you
sir.
first whether you were mistaken when you said that no U.S. citizen, I'm quoting, is subject to immigration enforcement.
Correct, sir.
Enforcement.
Enforcement
I
is
would
an
call
arrest,
that-
removal.
I would call that misconduct enforcement by your agents. I'm out of time. Thank you, Mr.
Let's go and stop there. I have two quick questions. One of the things that came up earlier was this idea that there used to be an instantaneous portal between, I guess, ICE and the prisons where you were arresting, that initially you were just getting this information seamlessly, very quickly, not manually. It was an automatic portal, but that was stopped under Mayorkas. Mr. Lyons, is that true, or
Yes, sir, it's true.
have y'all tried to restart it?
We have restarted it with multiple agencies, sir. And if, sir,
go ahead.
just for the record, sir, I will say, again, to the Commissioner for the Department of Corrections, we do have a great relationship with them. We do take individuals from them. You know, there was a report released where we didn't take action on, I think he said 100, I think the number is a little bit more. But the fact that ICE didn't take action on a foreign-born citizen means the fact that they're not removable. There are many people in custody that have a green card, lawful resident, visa. So to say that, that was disingenuous.
Yeah, the other question I have is that, you know, we finally had the Attorney General say, oh, of course, if it's a final order. He was making a distinction, and I think it's not an unreasonable distinction. There's a difference between a final order and a detainer, legally and procedurally. But he said, oh, sure, we'll cooperate with ICE if we have a final order. And it sounds like most of the targets have final orders. I think Senator Langford indicated that. We'd like to know what the number is. But if 80% of them are final orders and you have 16,000 people that we'd like to remove from Minnesota, I would suggest that you publicly take him up on what he said. He said, oh, sure, we'll do it if there's a final order, because I think that you actually will win some of those arguments, and it's a better way to win those arguments than I think some of the ways we've tried.
Yes, sir. If to that, what I would say is, state of Minnesota at Department of Corrections level, sure, they give us the final order, but it's when individuals are encountered for, at the local level or the county level in Minnesota. That was the issue that we were having. So they might stop somebody, identify them, they have a final order, have a criminal history, they re-release them back without notification to us.
Yeah, I'm talking about when you have a target and they're not corresponding to you. So you send them an email, I've got this target, will you send 10 Minneapolis police? Is that ever happening? Are you ever having Minneapolis police go to help you make an arrest?
We would never have them make the arrest or go with us for us. We would use them for like site security, perimeter security. In almost every jurisdiction in the states, we do that. But then if they say, they can't go because it's immigration enforcement, so be it.
I know he's made a lot of orders in the opposite direction. I'm just saying I would test him in the direction of the things he admitted that he says he would do. I think pushing forward with that is a good idea. The other thing that came to my mind is if you don't have a final order, and he's making the distinction, well, detainer's not really an order, and we're not going to, you said there are other states that do this, we're not going to keep you beyond your 3 years in prison, even one day on a detainer because it's not really an order. If somebody's in prison for 3 years, why don't we do why don't they go through immigration court while they're there and get final orders? Who's in charge of that? Is there, if we notify you on day one, is it you or is it some other agency? On day one, someone's here, he's here in the country illegally, he's going to be in for 3 years. That's certainly a lot of time. Certainly, we ought to be able to prosecute him while he's in prison.
We do, sir. Many states, we do that. It's the Institutional Removal Program, IRP. Massachusetts, New Hampshire, we do that. While they're in custody, we go ahead and put them through immigration proceedings. So that way there's no cost to American taxpayers as well. The day they're released, their travel is already arranged and they go straight to the plane.
I would say it avoids that controversy then, and the more of that you can do, the better to get to the final stage so you don't have to encounter the argument on a detainer. Senator Gallego.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to show some videos of what the Trump administration has done in some of these cities across the country. We could hit play on that. Thank you.
Get out of the fucking car. Get out of the car. Oh shit! What the fuck? They killed him? Did they fucking kill that guy? Are you fucking kidding me, dude?
Right at the corner of Jefferson. Get out of the car. No, I will not get out of the car. You can't. Get your hands off of me. Get your hands off me.
Oh.
We saw that. ICE Code of Conduct says, quote, all ICE employees must be paid professionally and must be a model for all to follow. Director Lyons, yes or no, is the behavior you just witnessed a model you think agents should follow?
Sorry about that, sir. Sir, I can't speak to each one individually.
You can't just...
Each ICE officers are held to a higher standard and higher conduct, but in every case, like I already stated before, between, Tennessee versus Gardner, Graham versus O'Connor.
It's also just an issue of common sense. Like, right, even the last one where that woman is being pepper sprayed, there is enough standoff distance that she's clearly not a threat, and he directly puts a non-lethal into her face. Speaking of non-lethals, are all ICE agents, even the ones that are new ICE agents, trained in the use of non-lethals? Pepper spray, mace, tasers?
Yes, sir.
They employ it on themselves, too, so they understand the impact of it.
Yes, sir. I've been sprayed many times. It's horrible.
Yeah, same here. Okay. Right now, what is the training cycle for new ICE agents? How many days?
So we reduced the actual calendar days from 75 to 42. We went from 5 days a week to 6 days a week. 5 days a week was 5 8-hour days, and we've gone to 6 12-hour days.
And that is given enough sufficient experience for them to be dealing in these very dynamic areas and urban areas with including weapons handling, because I've seen some of your ICE agents and their weapons handling. It's quite horrible. Do you think that in those time period, you could actually insert people into an environment as dynamic as Minnesota and other places, and they're actually using weapons in the correct way?
So, sir, what we've done on the backside of that is we've instituted our OJT program, which, as you in law enforcement are familiar with, much like an FTO program, where after the academy, they get the real-world training like you would once a local police officer comes out of the academy.
So the OTG is happening in places like Minnesota. So somebody who probably has never handled a weapon, after 42 days, is going to be inserted into Minnesota into a high-stress environment.
They could, sir. Yes, sir.
Explains a lot. In one of the videos you saw earlier, there was a gentleman, ICE agent, or I believe it's CBP agent, that is hitting Mr. Petrie in the face with a tear gas canister. Without actually talking about that specific event, where in any training manual have you been taught, or I was never taught, that I should use something like that as a weapon against a civilian or against anyone trying to detain?
I haven't.
You haven't?
No, sir.
Mr. Scott, have you ever been trained to use maybe a pistol to pistol whip somebody while you're trying to detain them, or a canister of that nature? Not specifically to this thing, but in general, any of your training?
Absolutely not, although there's an exception that in certain circumstances, meaning your life's at risk, you don't have anything else, you can use whatever you have available.
Here, weapons of opportunity. I'm training that shit too. Pardon me, in that stuff too. Back it up now. So why don't you do that from your training? Why are you not supposed to use a pistol to pistol whip somebody, or a canister of tear gas when you're trying to restrain somebody? Do you remember your training, why they told you to do that? You go first, Mr. Lyons.
No, sir. Why don't we do that, sir?
Yes. Why don't you do that?
So you're not going to pistol whip an individual for fear the weapon's going to go off?
Exactly. And so what we've seen consistently is a lot of CBP agents, and in this case, customs agents, that are clearly either violating or putting other people in danger or themselves in danger. And the fact that they're doing that tells me there is a command structure and element that allows that to happen, because we consistently see it all the time on video. And, I have been in those high-stress environments, and if I had seen this consistently done by Marines, I think the Marine Corps would have stopped altogether and said, we need to have a brand new training structure, and or we have to hold people accountable. The fact that this is happening all the time means that you've created a space, a command structure that has allowed this, because these men feel that there's going to be no accountability. Now, rolling forward, after Renee Good was shot, the agent called her I quote, a fucking bitch on camera. Yes or no, is this how your agents are trained to act? And I'll go to Chairman Scott, sorry, Chairman, Mr. Scott.
No, sir.
Is that professional in that regard? I asked this earlier, your weapons, your agents, Director Lyons, are trained in weapons handling, correct?
Yes, sir.
If you look at the Renee Good shooting, why is the agent holding a camera phone and a weapon at the same time?
So, sir, I don't want to comment on the ongoing investigation just because that's still being determined at this time. But could I just go back to one thing, sir, that you mentioned earlier?
No. I want to ask further questions on this. Has there ever been an order to any agents, CBP agents in Minnesota or other place, for them to be recording on their personal phones to essentially be somewhat social influencers or to pass, the media on to up? Has there ever been any orders given for people to be holding or for agents to be recording while they're, doing these stops or engaging with the public?
Sir, has there ever been an order to do that? Agents have used it as far as if they were going to make an arrest, say, on an agitator. The U.S. Attorney was requiring to have video leading up to the event, so officers have used that for that.
For video from a handheld, from a phone?
If they had a body camera available, from the body camera or from any type of recording device.
But the reason there's a difference is because the body cam is designed for a police officer or law enforcement to engage while still being able to have full scope of knowledge what's happening, be able to detain, be able to escalate if they need to escalate. What I saw and what the world saw for me is the fact that there was an agent that was moving around a vehicle with a camera phone recording and his hand on the weapon. In what world, in what training between all of your training in weapons handling, have you ever been taught what the appropriate use of you holding a weapon and at the same time recording on a camera phone? Did you have any of that type of training at all in your time in ICE, law enforcement, or through CBP?
No, sir, I haven't. But again, we look at every instance, no matter what it is. So
shouldn't there be some kind of command or directive that comes down from CBP headquarters, knowing that this is unprofessional conduct that probably created and put the officer and probably the civilian in a situation that ended up escalating to a shooting, that maybe you shouldn't be holding a camera, trying to be influencer, and wielding a weapon at the same time? That is a professional code of conduct. As law enforcement, as military, you would never do that because you cannot handle a weapon, assess the situation, and be able to determine to escalate or de-escalate. Did you issue any type of direction after Ms. Good was shot, saying that this is not what you should be doing, or we're just accepting that this is going to continue going forward?
No, sir, there was nothing issued because we do hold our individuals accountable. And that's my point I wanted to make earlier is that, from January 25 to January 26, ICE has had 37 open investigations for excessive use of force. So we do hold individuals accountable. Out of those, 18 of those were closed, 19 are still pending, and one has been referred for further action.
And so to back up, it's not even necessarily just like I'm glad you're doing investigations, to be clear. But the fact that there are consistent mishandling of weapons, use of escalation of force that is above what is necessary, and there still hasn't been any command decision and directive about how to actually, fix this is concerning, because any other agency, any other law enforcement, any other military agency would have said, do not do this. If, for example, do not be recording with your phone while actually handling a weapon and moving in front of a moving vehicle. That's it. I yield back. Thank you.
Yeah, I think these are good points because in moving forward, things have not been perfect. We're going to do better. You're not holding your gun and holding a camera at the same time. Sounds like a pretty easy one, that you probably shouldn't do that. I think we went over this earlier, but verbal altercation, people are backing away. I think you both acknowledged that pepper spraying someone backing away was not recommended policy.
How you outlined it, yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and so I think we have made some progress on some of these things, and but it's important because your agents are watching this too, and then you have to let everybody know sort of what the policies are, and things haven't been perfect, and there needs to be, my goal hasn't been You may not believe me, but my goal isn't to make it harder for you. My goal is to restore trust in the organization. And I think that's through honest self-assessment. Senator Fetterman.
I am happy to defer to my friend and colleague in Michigan, if you'd like. Go ahead. What? Go ahead. Oh, okay, very good. All right. So this might be a little off topic with some of the questions that have been brought here, but how many billions did the big beautiful bill allow or amount for ICE effectively?
So we're about 75 billion.
Yeah, I mean, you know, AI just called up, says that it's 75 billion, right? Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. So now, and I think even, I do believe, everyone here at the chair never voted for the big beautiful bill, correct, Chairman? Okay, all right, so, but now, can we establish now that ICE has plenty of money right now? I mean, effectively, now that vote's going to come about shutting down DHS, because a lot of people, including myself, would like to see some changes made. But if that vote happens and DHS is now shut down, would that have any meaningful impact on ICE operation? Because they have $75 billion from the big beautiful bill. Is that a statement or not?
It would impact personnel actions. And when I say to that, sir, I mean as far as like pay, retention, our civilian workforce, non-badge gun carriers, it would affect that.
Yeah, so in other words, so if people vote to shut down, what other parts are in DHS? What other things?
Components, sir?
Yeah, no. How many other operations, departments are in DHS? Like Coast Guard?
Coast Guard, okay. FEMA, CBP.
FEMA, okay.
CISA, which is...
CISA, like cybersecurity?
Yes, sir.
I mean, that's kind of important, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, then that would shut down.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And now another one also, TSA.
TSA is under DHS.
That's another one. Okay. So if someone votes to shut the DHS down, they are not having any meaningful functional impact on ICE because they have unlimited money effectively for right now, right?
Yes, sir.
Oh, so you're going to punish all of these other parts, the very important parts of our government, TSA, Coast Guard, FEMA, and cybersecurity. That's what kind of a statement if we announce to our enemies, like, well, our cybersecurity agency, now we're going to be shut down. If I really want to make a move, that probably makes it better. And then, so is that a accurate statement?
It's a fair assessment, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So now here I am. Here I am, a Democrat, and I think I ran the whole gamut. I met with Secretary Noem, and I've always treated her with respect. I met with her in my office, and I refuse, and I never will engage on the kinds of sexist kinds of terms like ICE Barbie from a lot of the left media will use those kind of things. And now I said, hey, I'm a Democrat, then I say, secure our border? Yeah. And deport all of the criminals? Yeah. I think we can sign up on that. And then my friend, Katie Britt, came to me and said, we want to bring the Laken Riley bill there. And I'm like, yeah, I was going to be the Democrat to bring that there. And now we the co-sponsor as the Democrat. So I believe that we should have those kinds of appropriate things. And I also was the Democrat that described my party's failure in 2022, 2023, that we are failing on the border. And now we have to, it's not sustainable. So here it brings me to right now where I think we can all hopefully agree that we want to avoid and we have to make some changes to never make sure there's another situation of tragedy in Minneapolis. Because for me, like what's happening in Minneapolis makes the public unsafe, it makes the agents unsafe, and it makes, and I think they've lost the plot if they're focusing on these kinds of theater. We're not focusing on securing our border and deporting and targeting criminals and that. So as a pro-border, pro-deport all the criminals, now, like, what's the answer now moving forward where if I think the vast majority of Americans signed up for those things, I think. So, can we want to focus more on those two things that I think, so.
Sir, I'll go first, and then Commissioner Scott. But I think, to your point, I agree with you, sir. I think the big thing, obviously, is the rhetoric and the temperature. We are completely dedicated to ensuring that we are going out there and enforcing the Immigration Nationality Act, as you and your colleagues have written it, as well as getting the worst of the worst and prioritizing on that. What I think we learned from Minnesota is the fact that people can't be encouraged to go out there and actually get involved in a law enforcement operation that they shouldn't be at. And I'm not saying the impediment of the First Amendment. What we saw is active impeding of law enforcement officers. I think that and actually helping us to hold those that dox ICE agents accountable for the reasons they wear the mask will go so much farther, especially for my workforce, but I think for public safety overall.
Okay, and finally, I have effectively about a minute left, so I just want to reiterate. So within the next 2 hours, DHS is going to be effectively to path to shut down. And I want to remind everybody that ICE has plenty of money, and that vote to shut DHS down will have no functional impact on ICE because they have that $75 million from the big, beautiful bill. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. I cede. I return.
All right. Senator Slotkin.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. I personally think that Secretary Noem should be here. You want the big job. You have the big accountability. And we should be seeing the Secretary of Homeland Security coming in front of the American people and certainly the Oversight Committee when we have such existential issues about the deployment of federal force in our country going on. But you are here in her place. And I think, if we rewound the tape to a year and a half ago or a year plus ago, you had a lot of Americans who felt very strongly that if you are here illegally, especially if you were involved in any kind of criminal activity, you should be deported, right? You need strong borders. I'm a CIA officer. You need strong borders. We need an immigration policy that allows us to do that, but that enforcement would have been something that the average American supported. But the conduct of ICE in places like Minneapolis has now boomeranged to the point where people say, well, look, I was for enforcement, but I'm not for what looks like authoritarian style, federal goons on our streets. And that's not coming from Democrats. That's coming from, in Michigan, the state of Michigan voted for Donald Trump. You're coming from people who say, look, I'm all for enforcement, but I'm not for trampling basic rights. And Americans have an internal barometer for what looks and smells authoritarian, and whether it's shooting someone who's unarmed or pepper spraying kids or picking people up as they walk into Target and checking their papers, that is an internal barometer that we all have, that you have crossed. And we're here today, and all this firestorm is here, not because of people on the ground, but because of your behavior in ICE. And, I think when you extrapolate out and you listen to what the president and his cabinet are saying, I have to ask about our 2026 elections. Okay? The president says we should federalize our elections, even though the U.S. Constitution was written by our founders to give that power to the states so that we would never have a president who took too much power and tried to become a king. He's tried to get voter rolls, including in my state. He's complained that elections aren't free and fair. In 2020, he came up with a playbook to deploy federal law enforcement around polling places, and the White House spokeswoman will not rule that out as of a month and a half ago. So I have to ask Mr. Lyons, do you believe that ICE has the authority to be deployed to U.S. polling places around the country?
So, ma'am, we're civil, obviously, we do civil enforcement and criminal law enforcement. There's no reason for us to deploy to a polling facility.
So
No.
if the President of the United States gets Kristi Noem on the phone and she gets you on the phone and she says, we've heard there's a problem in Georgia or in Michigan or somewhere else, I need you to go and physically deploy around polling locations, you will say no.
There's no reason for us to deploy, ma'am.
Well, you say, then you should say no, right?
Yes, but just point of clarification. Homeland Security investigations, we do investigate voter fraud, which we've had made several arrests, most recently a high-profile one in Massachusetts. So just later on.
That's very different than the physical intimidation.
I just didn't want you to say that we don't do anything with voter. I just want you to know we do that
That's
criminal
fine.
aspect.
I'm talking about something that I think would be extraordinary in American history, which is uniformed and masked ICE agents encircling polling places. And it's not fantasy, it's not made up. These are things that the president and his cabinet have suggested. They've suggested invoking the Insurrection Act, which would allow active duty military to do the very same thing. So this isn't, someone who thinks the sky is falling. The president and his cabinet are suggesting. So you're going to be the guy standing in the breach.
There's no reason, like I say, ma'am, there's no reason for you to use ICE officers in that.
Great. Well, I hope that in the privacy of that meeting, when that comes down and the president feels like he's going to lose the midterm elections, that you don't buckle. Because I think our democracy literally is dependent on it. Now, coupled with that, you've heard from a number of my colleagues about labeling people as domestic terrorists. What is the definition of a domestic terrorist?
So, ma'am, domestic terrorist is any organization that, on American soil, on home nation soil, that's involved in acts of treason, acts of violence, active extremism against a group or against a country.
Okay, so actually in law, it's defined by the Patriot Act. That's the clearest place we have it. And it has to be tied to criminal activity,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
So protesting, even if you don't like it, protesting of ICE agents, unarmed and without destroying property, is that a domestic terrorist?
No, ma'am. I stated under oath earlier that that's covered under the First Amendment right.
Great. So when, again, the president and Stephen Miller and others in the cabinet, including your boss, Kristi Noem, label people like Renee Good domestic terrorists, you understand why we can't trust what you're doing with the information you're collecting on these so-called domestic terrorists. So can you tell us under oath, does the Department of Homeland Security maintain a database of any kind of domestic terrorists? Are you collecting facial recognition information, license plates, locations, addresses, those kinds of information?
No, ma'am, and I testified on the oath on Tuesday as well. I said the same thing. We don't have a database. If there is a case, a criminal case that may involve some type of domestic terrorist organization, Homeland Security, as you know, Homeland Security investigation is involved across the board and embedded with the Joint Terrorism Task Force. We do conduct those, but there is no database, ma'am, for that.
Okay, or do you contribute data to anyone else's, any other federal agency's database?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so the fact that we have ICE agents saying out loud to people that they're trying to arrest or engage with that we're going to put you into a database is just erroneous. They're making that up.
Yes, ma'am, I can't speak to why that officer said it, but we do not do that.
Well, I would just offer that given that the president put out an executive order in September and said he wants a list of domestic terrorist groups to use the full weight of the federal government to go against, you can imagine that people who are peaceful protesters feel like they are going to be targeted and feel that they are at risk. So I think the conduct of your agency has put us in a position where the average American doesn't know whether to trust law enforcement, and that is terrible and scary, given what law enforcement on the ground in our states do. And I would just say, if we do not have serious reform and change, then you will be contributing to the average American who woke up very supportive of law enforcement, being terrified that they and their community will be next. Yield back.
Thank you. We're almost at an end, and I think we've had a good hearing. I think a lot of knowledge came forward, and I sense at least the idea that you guys want to restore confidence in the agencies, and we'll work on that. And I hope that's true. With regard to the thing I mentioned before, I'm going to mention one more time as we end. The Attorney General says he will cooperate with final orders. You got a bunch of final orders. I would love to see you go for some specific people, that you send a letter to the Minneapolis police and say, will you help us? We need 10 policemen to go round up this guy. And then I'd like to see their response. And you should quote him from the hearing. He said he's for final orders. I think that's different than the policy he's been enforcing. So let's challenge him on that. Those are battles you can win. Those are political battles and public relations battles. Also, if you would send to my office specific times when you've been turned down, you've asked for requests, everybody says they're not helping. I want to know that you're asking and being turned down. That should be publicized, and we're happy to publicize that. I think there are problems on both sides of the equation here, but the way we make them better is by making sure everybody knows about these things. But I do appreciate your cooperation in coming. I'd like to thank our witnesses for being here today. The record for this hearing will remain open until 5 p.m. on Friday, February 13th, 2026, for the submission of statements and questions for the record. The hearing is now adjourned.
So we didn't have to wait till the end of the fourth year. We just waited till the end of the first year. We've never had a country in a position like this, and a lot of it's due to tariffs, and a lot of it's due to the fact that we had a great election, and a lot of good things have been done. One of the good things I did was put Lee Zeldin in charge of our environment. So I'm going to ask Lee to say a few words. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a big deal. Under President Trump's leadership today, the Trump EPA has finalized the single largest act of deregulation in the history of the United States of America. Referred to by some as the holy grail of federal regulatory overreach, the 2009 Obama EPA endangerment finding is now eliminated. This action will save American taxpayers over $1.3 trillion. What that means is lower prices, more choices, and an end of heavy-handed climate policies. With today's announcement, American families will save over $2,400 for a new vehicle. 16 years ago, an ideological crusade within the Obama administration set off the most costly regulatory power grab our country has ever experienced. The 2009 Obama EPA endangerment finding led to trillions of dollars in regulations that strangled entire sectors of the United States economy, including the American auto industry. It claimed new powers over the vehicles we drive, even though the best reading of the Clean Air Act clearly states otherwise. The Obama and Biden administrations used it to steamroll into existence a left-wing wish list of costly climate policies, electric vehicle mandates, and other requirements that assaulted consumer choice and affordability. And who paid the biggest price? Hardworking families, small businesses, millions of Americans who just want a reliable, affordable car to get to work, take their kids to school, or go to church on Sunday. The endangerment finding and the regulations that were based on it didn't just regulate emissions. It regulated and targeted the American dream. And now the endangerment finding is hereby eliminated, as well as all greenhouse gas emission standards that followed. The red tape has been cut. Manufacturers will no longer be burdened by measuring, compiling, or reporting greenhouse gas emissions for vehicles and engines. And the forced transition to electric vehicles is eliminated. No longer will automakers be pressured to shift their fleets towards electric vehicles, vehicles that are still sitting unsold on dealer lots all across America. And as a cherry on top, we are ending the federal government's push to get manufacturers to install that Obama switch, the almost universally despised start-stop feature. There will be no more climate participation trophies awarded to manufacturers for making Americans' cars die at every red light and stop sign. It's over, done, finished. Under President Trump's leadership, vehicle manufacturers can once again build what Americans want, not what politicians and bureaucrats in Washington demand. President Trump campaigned on reviving the auto industry, and he continues to deliver win after win after win, ending electric vehicle mandates, getting rid of the Biden CAFE standards with Secretary of Transportation Sean Duffy, and securing massive new U.S. manufacturing investments and all of the jobs that come with it. Affordable cars mean opportunity. That means jobs, healthcare, education, and mobility, especially for working families and rural Americans who rely on their vehicles every single day. And this isn't just about making the American economy boom. It's also about restoring the rule of law, a fundamental principle of our great republic. For years, unelected bureaucrats twisted the Clean Air Act into something it was never meant to be. The Obama administration twisted itself into some kind of mental pretzel to invoke authority it didn't have and to sidestep Congress. They claimed that 6 greenhouse gas emissions from vehicles, some of which aren't even emitted from vehicles and trucks, contribute some amount above zero to global climate change, what they said endangered public health. But their wild web of mental leaps isn't prescribed in federal statute. The Obama EPA's House of Cards upended the best reading of the Clean Air Act, as well as 50 years of EPA precedent on what constitutes regulable air pollution. In the 16 years that intervened, the Supreme Court has established clear precedent in Loper Bright Enterprises and West Virginia versus EPA. And in light of these Supreme Court decisions and other developments, upon his swearing in last year, President Trump immediately tasked on day one submitting requirements, recommendations, research on the legality and continued applicability of the 2009 endangerment finding. And at Trump's speed, he wanted that research and recommendation turned around instantly. We looked at the Clean Air Act. We looked at what the highest court in the land had said, and we used a very simple metric. If Congress didn't authorize it, EPA shouldn't be doing it. Congress never voted for these climate mandates inside of Section 202 of the Clean Air Act. If Congress wants EPA to regulate the heck out of greenhouse gases emitted from motor vehicles, then Congress can clearly make that the law, which they haven't done for good reason. Today, we dismantle the tactics and legal gymnastics used by the Obama and Biden administrations to backdoor their ideological agendas on the American people. Following the plain language of the law, we have now realigned EPA's rulemaking to reflect the Clean Air Act exactly as it is written and as Congress intended, not as others might wish it to be. Where our predecessors focused on trying to make and please a few fear-mongering climate alarmists, the Trump EPA is making decisions to benefit all Americans based on common sense and reality. And the American people are tired of paying the price of political games. Last November, they voted for an administration that would listen to them. They told us that the price of a newer, safer vehicle was too high. They told us they didn't want cars that shut off at every red light. They told us dealers were sitting on lots filled with electric vehicles that nobody wanted or were buying. The Trump EPA listened. We heard you and we acted. And today's action does not change regulations on traditional air pollutants and air toxics. This EPA is committed to providing clean air for all Americans. Powering the great American comeback is based on the singular focus of providing clean air, land, and water for all Americans while harnessing the greatness of the American economy. That's a big difference from our predecessor. We believe that we can and must choose both. If you want an electric vehicle, buy one. If you want a diesel truck, then buy that. If you want a gas-powered vehicle or a hybrid, well, more power to you. That's what freedom and choice look like. We're restoring the rule of law, we're grounding policy in reality, we're giving power back to the American people. And we're bringing back the American dream stronger than ever before. EPA will never waver on its core mission of protecting human health and the environment, and this administration knows we can do that while ushering in the golden age of America. To recap, the 2009 Obama EPA endangerment finding and all greenhouse gas emission standards on light, medium, and heavy-duty vehicles that followed is eliminated. American families now will save over $2,400 for a new vehicle. Today, the single largest act of deregulation in the history of the United States, over $1.3 trillion, the elimination of the endangerment finding is signed, sealed, and delivered.
Thank you, Lee. That was long, but good. It was good. Maybe I should say great. It was great, and we appreciate it. Would you have anything to say, Russ? Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Literally no other president would have done this to get at the foundations of the Green New Deal, so tremendously excited that we are where we are today. Great work by Lee. I'm a little worried that this next year will be, EPA alone will be dereg east by the number of things that are going to come out of EPA. So great work to the team. $1.3 trillion in savings, massive historical opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Russ. Please. Would you like to speak? Worthy of it. Good man.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today is a historic day led by President Trump's leadership. No other president, as Russ said, would have undertaken this and at the speed we did. It was a great team effort. This is the model of the Trump administration, everyone working together, mission aligned.
And Lee is also working on cleaning up the horrible situation with regard to farm equipment. You could use John Deere as an example, and other companies, where tractors are unbelievably expensive and don't work as well because of all of the environmental nonsense that was put on them. Also excavators, any equipment like that, bulldozers, Caterpillar. Tractor would be a beneficiary, I guess, but the people are going to be a beneficiary because the equipment's going to be a lot less expensive, and it's going to also, most importantly, it's going to work much better, much better. So we're working on that immediately as we speak, and we'll probably make it so that any of that equipment built in the United States will not have to go through this. If it's built outside, I think we'll probably leave the standard the same. If people are going to send us equipment, let them have that standard for whatever it's worth, which is not much. And I think that's a very big announcement, too, and we're going to see if we can get that done very quickly so that all of that equipment that we have made, including lawnmowers, et cetera, you won't have to go to the finest schools in the world in order to figure out how to operate it. Okay? So any questions, please?
Mr. President. Thank you for this. And after this much applauded move to roll back the former EPA's endangerment finding, what additional steps do you plan on taking to scale back what many are calling climate industry scams? Specifically, and Secretary Zeldin knows about these wind turbines they're trying to bring to New York. Judges allowing them to be rebuilt right near your hometown in Jamaica, Queens. They're being called a national security threat for air traffic coming into the airport. What could you do to make sure these things
Well,
don't
we're
destroy
trying to
the
make sure it
environment?
doesn't happen, and we've basically stopped all windmills in this country. It's the most expensive energy you can get. They're all made in China, a little bit in Germany, but mostly in China. And we're putting them all over our fields and ruining the fields and killing the birds and all of this. And the environmentalists say they like them, but they really are a tremendous eyesore. They ruined. Europe has gone, as you know, it's gone to it. Europe isn't even recognizable anymore between immigration and because of, environmental things like the windmills, which are taking over. The people hate them. The energy is by far the most expensive. And we're fighting very hard to make sure that they don't get built. I hope we don't have one built during my administration. We inherited some contracts where they've gone down the line a little bit. We're trying to terminate them for a lot of different reasons. One of the reasons, as you had mentioned, it's endangerment for the military. It's also endangerment for airliners. So we're trying to take care of those situations now. They should have never been allowed in the first place. Yeah,
Mr. President, thank you so much for taking
Sure.
questions. What do you tell Americans who are concerned that the $1.3 trillion in savings does come at a cost to public health and the environment based on science?
I tell them, don't worry about it because it has nothing to do with public health. This was all a scam, a giant scam. This was a ripoff of the country by Obama and Biden. And let's say Obama started it and got it rolling. And a terrible ripoff. They'll have more money to spend for health care, if you look at it. Now they can go out and spend it on something that's meaningful. And nobody's doing more for health care than the Republican Party. And that starts with the fact that prescription drugs are going to be coming down at numbers that nobody's ever seen before. They're falling. We were paying the highest prices in the world by far, sometimes by 10 times more than other countries. Now we're going to be paying whatever the lowest price is anywhere in the world. We're going to be paying that. It's called favored nations, most favored nations. And I think it's the biggest thing to happen in this world, the world of medicine, prescription drugs, ever. There's never been anything like it. If like in my third year, first term, I actually got prices down 1/4 or 1/8%, and I was so proud of myself because they were like that for years and years. And since under Biden, they went up very, very substantially. And now they're coming down by, depending on, you could say 500, 600, 700%, depending on the way you want to, or you could say 80%. It doesn't matter. They're coming down by numbers that nobody ever thought possible. I got it all done, and I got it all approved, and all of the countries all over the world are going to pay more. They've agreed to pay more because of tariffs. I said, if you don't do it, we're going to have to tariff you, and they've all agreed to do it. Otherwise, they would have never done it. That was why no president has ever been able to get it done. Please.
Yep, Mr. President, you took more than 600 deregulatory actions in your first year here. Coming from the business world, you know how unnecessary red tape can hinder business expansion, investment expansion. Given the magnitude of this announcement here today and the deregulatory action you took in your first year, how much economic growth can we expect to see as your term progresses?
It's a great question. I think that it'll be enormous. Who knows really what the number is, but I can tell you in terms of economic growth, we have $18 trillion being invested in this country right now, the most ever of any country by far, not even close. Think of it, no matter where, not just here. $18 trillion is coming in, and that money is being spent right now as we speak, in new plants and equipments. And you may have heard Lee mention, I mentioned also, that over $100 billion is going to be spent in this very short period of time just by foreign auto companies on building auto plants in the United States. Some of the greatest thing that ever happened to the United Auto Workers. You know, the head man was not been nice to me, but now I understand he's saying this is the greatest auto president in history. But the auto workers gave me their vote, and they knew what I was doing, and they know what needed to be done. The tariffs saved them, but this is now taken it to a level that I think, Lee, that nobody ever thought even possible. They thought this was, nobody would have the courage to do it. We have to have the courage to do it because we're making America great again. This is a big factor in making our country great. If you look at some of these cars, they didn't even work. They had computers all over the place trying to save a half an ounce of fuel. We have fuel for the next 500 to 1,000 years under our feet, and they're trying like hell to save a half an ounce of fuel. The whole thing is just crazy. Please, go ahead, please.
Mr. President, is climate cooperation with China no longer in America's interest? And could you please confirm that you're going to visit China the first week of April?
Yeah, I'll be visiting President Xi in April. Look forward to it. He's coming here later in the year, and I look very much forward to it. No, our relationship with China is very good right now, and this is, you know, not relevant too much having to do with China, what we're announcing today. But no, my relationship with President Xi is very good. Yes?
Mr. President, following your meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu yesterday, has your thinking changed at all as it relates to these negotiations with Iran
No, we have
or
to
the
make a deal.
timeline with Iran?
We have to make a deal, otherwise it's going to be very traumatic. Very traumatic. I don't want that to happen, but we have to make a deal. They should have made a deal the first time, and they got Midnight Hammer instead. And this will be very traumatic for Iran if they don't make a deal. Look, if they don't make a deal, then it'll be a different story. But we had a very good meeting yesterday with Bibi Netanyahu, and he understands, but it's ultimately up to me. If the deal isn't a very fair deal and a very good deal with Iran, then it's going to be, I think, a very difficult time for them in the back. I guess over the next month, something like that. Yeah, it shouldn't take, I mean, it should happen quickly. They should agree very quickly. Yeah.
Mr. President, we might be heading into a partial government shutdown. When was the last time you spoke with Chuck Schumer, and do you still feel Democrats are negotiating in good faith?
Well, a week ago I spoke, but you know, we have to protect our law enforcement. Actually, the Supreme Court gave a ruling, or one of the courts gave a very big ruling on masks, that you have the right to use them, you know, for personal protection if you want. So I don't know how that interjects. You know, they want our law enforcement to be totally vulnerable and put them in a lot of danger. They have some things that are really very hard to approve, frankly. As you know, it's only pretend. We had various of the other bills, that's all done, but we're left with this one. We have to protect our law enforcement, very important. Please.
Why does Prime Minister Netanyahu want you to stop negotiating with Iran?
He is, you're saying stop entertaining, stop talking to them? Didn't say that, we didn't discuss that. I'll talk to them as long as I like, and we'll see if we can get a deal with them, and if we can't, we'll have to go to phase two. Phase two will be very tough for them. I'm not looking for that.
Mr. President, there are currently 0 Israeli hostages left in Gaza because of you. Thank you for that. And now that the war is ending in Gaza and Israel, I wanted to ask, do you believe Bibi bears any responsibility for the security failures that we saw on October 7th?
Well, October 7th was a rough time, and I guess everybody's responsible, which you to look. But it was a terrible attack. It was a sneak attack. It was as violent as unfortunately, I've seen some of the results at levels that probably even you, good reporter, but probably you haven't seen. It was a horrible thing that took place. People were surprised. It was a surprise attack. Nobody saw that coming. He didn't see it coming. Nobody else would have seen it coming if they were in his position, I don't believe. But I can tell you he's been a very good wartime prime minister. He's been very strong. We've worked with him very well. We had tremendous success with Iran and everything else we've done. And he really has been. He's been, extraordinary as far as a wartime prime minister. Not easy. And, you have a president that refuses to give him a pardon. I think that man should be ashamed of himself. A pardon over this trial that's going on. The president of Israel, the primary power he's got is the power to give pardons. And he's not, he said he's given it 5 different times, but he doesn't want to do it because I guess he loses his power. I think the people of Israel should really shame him. He's disgraceful for not giving it. He should give it. But Bibi's been a great wartime prime minister, and I've been the best friend to Israel I think that they've ever had. A lot of people say beyond presidents that they've ever had, and we will continue to be. Yes, ma'am.
On the SAVE Act, Mr. President, voter ID polls very well nationally. Even the majority of Democrat voters want it.
Right.
So why do you think Senate Democrats are resisting the SAVE Act, and what is your strategy and realistic pathway to getting the SAVE Act passed to ensure free and fair elections for the next generation?
It's such a great question. I appreciate it, actually, because it's called the Save America Act. We've changed the name. It's the Save America Act, and the Democrats are against it. I heard one of them say, we will stop the Save America Act. No, we're trying to save America. And it has to do with largely voting. And basically, it's got 3 very simple points. It's got voter ID, photo ID, but voter ID with a photo, right? It's got the confirmation of U.S. citizenship. You have to be a citizen. So you have a vote, you have an ID. That's about a 99% one. And I think 90% with Democrats. Then you have confirmation U.S. citizenship. That's about a 99% one with Republicans, about 86% with Democrats, except Democrat politicians because they cheat on elections. And then you have no mail-in ballots. And it would be no mail-in ballots, very important. We're the only country in the world that does a system like we do. We're the only country in the world that has mail-in ballots. The way we do this is unbelievable. It guarantees cheating. So it's no mail-in ballots with the exception of disability, illness, military, or if you're traveling, you can get an exemption. If you happen to be out of the country for a good reason, you can have an exemption. So with exceptions, it's no mail-in ballots, and that will assure the security of our crooked elections. We have crooked elections, yeah.
Mr. President, have you fired or disciplined that staffer who posted the video from your account that included the Obamas?
No, I haven't. That was a video on, as you know, voter fraud, and fairly long video, and they had a little piece and had to do with the Lion King. It's been very well, it's been shown all over the place long before that was posted. But that was a very strong, and I'm sure you saw it, a very strong piece on voter fraud, and the piece that you're talking about was all over the place many times, I believe for years. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, were you aware that Secretary of Commerce visited Epstein's Island, and do you continue to have...
No, I wasn't aware of it, no. I didn't, I actually haven't spoken to him about it, I wasn't, but from what I hear, he was there with his wife and children, and I guess in some cases, some people were. I wasn't. I was never there. Somebody will someday say that. I was never there. Yeah, please.
This announcement that you made today, Mr. President, comes on the heels of a January jobs report that smashed industry expectations.
Smashed all records.
And a big feature of that was you reprivatizing the economy, an economy that was bloated with federal employment under the previous president. What's your message to Americans following this jobs report that smashed industry expectations? Is this just a sign that the best is yet to come?
Thank you. The jobs report's amazing in certain ways because we have tremendously fewer federal employees, way down. And now I could have left them and added to what we did, and we would have had almost 100% employment. I could have gotten a great kick out of the fact that we're 100% employed, but we got rid of tremendous numbers of federal workers, and they hated me for it. Now they love me because most of them have gotten jobs in the private sector for 2 and 3 times more money than they were being paid by the federal government. We had some jobs where you had 10 workers for one job, 10 workers for a job that one person should be doing. And we've gotten rid of a lot of those jobs. And by getting rid of them, these people became available to work in the private sector. And as you know, the numbers are incredible. So the job numbers are incredible. The financial numbers are beyond belief. Again, they thought it couldn't be done in 4 years, and I did it in 1 year. And the numbers you're going to see is these, I don't know if you notice also construction numbers, the jobs for construction workers. You know why? Because they're building plants all over the United States, that's why. And when these plants open in a year from now, some sooner, some a little bit later, but when these auto plants, AI plants, and thousands of other types of plants, when they open over the next period of a year, year and a half, you're going to see numbers like we've never seen before in this country. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Let's go.